Well, good morning, everyone. I want to welcome you to the Town of Upper Marlboro Board of Town Commissioner Virtual Orientation. We're very excited to have you all here this morning. And hopefully you'll gain some very valuable information that you'll take with you and use in your everyday work. So here's our agenda for today. Of course, we're going to start with our introductions, announcements, and icebreaker. At 9 o'clock will be a review of municipal government, MML and PGCMA. We'll introduce those to you. Kyle will do that. At 9:30, we'll be joined by Town Attorney Kevin Best, who will go over our structure of government, Open Meetings Act, the types of meetings and legislation, new commissioner advice. He'll provide that to you, as well as town litigation, talk a little bit about it. Unfortunately, he can't give a lot of detail, but he will go over that topic. 11 o'clock, we will take a break. At 11:15, we will come back. Kyle will go over project overview with town, give you a project overview of what's going on in the town. At 12 o'clock, there'll be department heads will be joining us, and we'll go through each of the departments, providing you a little bit of information from the departments. We then will do an overview of the town committees. At 12:50, there's a chance for you to ask questions, and at 1 o'clock, we'll be logging off. So want to make sure you know that if you have questions, you can put them in the chat. We will do our best to get answers for you as quickly as possible. But this is mainly what this is about. It's a chance for you to ask questions and to get to know everyone. And so hopefully you can hit the ground running and that. So we're going to start with some introductions. We want to know, tell us who you are, how long you lived in the town, share one thing about yourself that most people don't know about you, and what do you expect to get out of attending this orientation? So who wants to start?
I'll start.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
So I'm Sarah Franklin. I've lived in the town for 8.5 years now. Something most people don't know about me, is that I know how to weld. And what I'm expecting to get out of the orientation is just kind of a chance to be with the new commissioners coming in, make sure we're all on the same page, and there's always something you can learn. Even if I've only been doing this for a year, so I know I'm going to learn something, but everyone can always learn something.
That's great. Next. Thomas?
Yeah, my name is Thomas. I've been in town for just over 3.5 years now. Something someone doesn't know about me. I was just promoted at my full-time job. I am supervisor now. I think that's about it.
That's great.
I think I answered everything.
Yeah. Karen?
Good morning, everyone. I have lived in the town since 2014, so I moved in January, so it's going on 8 years, I guess. And I have a daughter and a husband, and we just want to, get involved with the community and learn what's going on and learn how we can help, because we plan to stay here. So I guess it's best to just be involved so you can enhance things. And something about I don't know what to say. I go to church. I sing in the choir. I'm a jack of many trades. That's all.
Now, Kyle and I don't live in the town, but we will at least do our introductions. Kyle?
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Kyle Snyder, town administrator. I've been with the town going on 7 years now. What was the thing what I want to take away? What people don't know, right? Just want to share one thing. I'm a volunteer firefighter and what free time I have. What do I expect to get out? I hope to learn some stuff. I always learn stuff when Kevin Best gets up and starts talking, and just learn about how we can better support the newly elected commissioners coming in, and make sure you guys get all the information and background you need to make the big choices here. We have a lot of stuff going on in town, so it's exciting times for the town, I think.
And my name is John Hodson. I just joined the town, came to the town in July, and I'm very excited to be here. A lot of people, some people know, but some people don't know, but I have a 13,000 piece collection on Princess Diana and the royal family. So that's one of the things that most people don't know about me. Like to collect royal memorabilia when I'm outside of work, so it's kind of nice. And I just hope to get to know all of you and to learn. I always learn new things and look forward to learning new things. And that's what I'm hoping to get out of this orientation today. So, thank you, everyone. Well, we are very excited to have you here. We want to remind you, use your chat feature if you have questions, and please remain on mute to avoid other noise so we can have a seamless process. And like I said, please ask questions, okay? So let's start with an icebreaker. We thought about what kind of icebreaker we could do today. And one of the things we thought of would be a good idea was to talk about the rose, the bud, and the thorn. Now, roses are, of course, the positive things and wins that you may have experienced in your life. So it could be anything that you could think of that you've been successful at, or you've had a challenge and you overcame it. Something that you've had that's been that beautiful rose to you in your mind. Now, buds are the new ideas that you're excited to explore. So think about like what kind of projects you might want to have. Think about, what you might want to champion as your legislation going forward, what kind of ideas you may bring to the table. That'll be the buds. And of course, the thorns are, of course, the obstacles and the problems that you may face going forward. So we want to take a few minutes, and I want you guys to write down your rose, your bud, and your thorns. And then we're going to take a moment and we're going to share them with each other so we can gain a better insight as to what people are looking forward to for the future. All right. So let's take about, I want to say maybe 5 minutes, and you guys could write down your roses, your buds, and your thorns, and then we'll come back and we'll share them. Any questions? All right. We have about 2 minutes left, and then we will regroup. All right. Did everyone have enough time to put down their roses, buds, and thorns?
I'm good.
Great. All right, who wants to start? Any volunteers want to start?
I can start again.
That's great.
So one of the sort of positive things that I've experienced more recently is building the community garden. It's been really great to see it come together and stuff grow. And I've made some really good friendships, which is also always an awesome bonus. There's a million ideas I'm excited to explore, but I was just thinking about downtown revitalization as one for today. And I think one of the obstacles is going to be getting all the players to the table and seeing what everyone's needs are and trying to meet all those different needs and get us a more vital downtown.
That's great. Did you have other ones you wanted to share? Because you're welcome to share other ones.
I could go for hours about all the cool ideas I have.
Well, that's what we want to hear. We want to hear those ideas. We want to cultivate that, and that's why we want to have this conversation. So please share them all, whatever you have. I mean, that's what we're here for. We have until 9 o'clock to finish this exercise. So we've got time.
Trails, there's sidewalks, there's roads, there's programs and events, just a lot of different exciting things. So
do you think there's other obstacles and problems that you may face with all of that?
I think our big obstacles are relationships and getting everyone together and building relationships, and also understanding where everyone's coming from and trying to make a solution that works for everyone.
That's a good one. Any other volunteer next? Karen or Thomas?
Yeah, so my rose would be winning my first election. I can't think of anything more recently that I've been so excited about. The new ideas that I'm excited to explore are working on the parks and green spaces. And Kyle was telling me about the micro park that we're going to be working on in the center of town near the fire station. That sounds exciting. And the obstacles and problems that I may face, I believe, are going to be the lack of knowledge of terminology. What Sarah, Kyle, and others have encouraged me to not worry about it, and it'll come along as I grow into this new role. So I'm excited to be tackling that and working with everybody, meeting new people, and that's about it.
That's great. Karen or Kyle?
Karen here. I guess just I want to piggyback off of what Thomas said. Yeah, that's a new rose for me. Starting a new chapter, learning how to be. That's been exciting for me, and going back to school also, it's been exciting for me after so many years. My ideas, figuring out, learning more about youth initiatives, and figuring out what type of initiatives I want to move forward with you guys, and the town fairs, and just being totally involved. And I guess the thorn would be learning how to get started, and learning how to put all my ideas together with the information that I'm going to get from the orientation to help me kind of put things together and make sense of some things. Thank you.
That's great. Kyle?
All right. Some roses positive so far is seeing the playground finally go up. A couple of years in the process for that. And then seeing phase 2 and 3 annexation coming through. That's really exciting as well. Daunting, but exciting. Buds looking to explore. I think a lot of them got hit. The trails, annexation, moving to a larger board, how that dynamic will work for the better for the town. The roads we're starting on, and then what we can do with Sasser Field, or just a couple, like Sarah mentioned, all the economic development and all that. And then, of course, the pocket park downtown. And then thorns, obstacles or problems, time management, having 2 young kids and going back to school and try to figure out how to handle that, but that'll be exciting. And yeah, and just kind of seeing the town grow, and making sure that we don't kind of leave anyone behind as we annex and grow, and that the new people get all the services that the town can provide. I don't think those are obstacles, they're more concerns, I think. But there we go.
All right. So my roses were the constant contact emails that we've implemented. I think, that's been helpful to bring communication to the residents as well as to people in the community to know what's going on within the town, which I think has been great. I've learned the packet process, how Upper Marlboro handles the packet process with the monthly meetings. And I think that's been pretty successful. I'm pretty proud that we had a beautiful, the rose to me was our groundbreaking ceremony that we put together. I think it highlighted the playground that's being built, and it allowed some elected officials to come and share with us the success of that playground that you all championed to get for the town, which I think is great. And also I think the election, even though we had, there's always bumps and curves with things, but the election I think was a good success. And I'm very happy for all of you to have won your elections, and congratulations to all of you. So my buds new ideas, just basically working on, my processes, working with all of you and your ideas to hopefully help you with those and put them forward. So looking forward to that. And then some of the thorns and obstacles and problems that I face, sometimes I think there is a resistance to change with new ideas. So we need to be more open about the ideas that people have in hopes that, you know, we can work together to make things happen. And also working with lack of participation. Hopefully we can get more people involved in things that are happening within the town in hopes that, you know, people can appreciate and want to get involved with all of us. I think that's important too. So that is my observation. Did you all find that exercise helpful at all?
Perfect.
Any
icebreaker.
observations from it that you'd like to take away?
Yeah, I think it's a good icebreaker.
That's great.
Yeah, it was really good. And my therapist husband says one of his colleagues uses it all the time.
Oh, that's great. That's wonderful. All right. Well, let's move into the meat and potatoes of today. Kyle?
All right. What is municipal government? That is a lot to fit on one slide.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, no, your problem. You're fine. So in Maryland, the term municipality includes cities, towns, and not so many villages, but there's, I think, 127 municipalities within the state of Maryland. They're spread all over the state. I think Prince George's County has the highest concentration at 27 different municipalities of all different shapes and sizes. You have big ones like City of Laurel, City of Bowie, Hyattsville, College Park, Greenbelt, with thousands and thousands of people. And then you have little tiny towns like, well, we were down there with the tiny towns. We're growing a bit, but like Eagle Harbor with like 78 residents and stuff like that. So there's a wide variety, and with that comes the different services that each town and city is able to offer. So the town and our town attorney Kevin Best explained this a bit better, but pretty much we are chartered from the state. The state of Maryland gives us governing authority for our area, and so they charter us like they do the county governments. So a municipality has a distinct geography territory. With annexation, obviously that's going to be changing, but we'll get you guys some maps so you know exactly the boundaries of Upper Marlboro, the town of Upper Marlboro. That's one of the big obstacles, kind of, at least town staff has. I'm sure the commissioners deal with it as well. When everyone thinks they live in Upper Marlboro, and they call town hall asking for help for things, and we're like, we can't. You live like 5 miles outside our limits, but we try to help them as best they possibly can. So that's kind of unique for Upper Marlboro, I think, because there's no municipalities around us. We're kind of isolated. When you go up north, you have more municipalities that are kind of on top of each other. So everyone kind of knows who provides their services. But out here, since we're the only municipality, everyone kind of assumes that we handle all 80 square miles of the Upper Marlboro zip code, but we don't. But with people who do call, we do try our best to get them in the right direction, point them to their county council members or the right county agency or state agency, and move forward. So just going through a couple more of the characteristics, specific powers to exercise, that's governed through our ordinances and the charter that we'll be talking about more. Legal authority, the charter granted by the state. And then public officials who serve the elected population. So that's you guys. The municipality elects a public body to serve and govern the residents. And like it says here, municipalities are creatures of the state, governed by article of the state constitution. And then across the state, honestly, there's a wide range of different powers that municipalities have. If you go to some places more rural, they have some of the cities and municipalities are actually more powerful than, or have more resources than the county government itself. When you go to look at toward Ocean City, or like the city of Cumberland, city of Frostburg, they're the powerhouses of that particular county. That's where all the draw is, the tourism. They have a larger police force, a larger fire department than the rest of the county. But then when you come out toward Prince George's, it's a lot more spread out. The county is a lot of resources, and there's different things that the county does versus the municipalities. But pretty much across the board for Prince George's County and its municipalities, the county provides the fire and EMS department is the big thing. The municipalities do not provide their own fire EMS department. They may support their fire stations or volunteer fire stations within the corporate limits, but they don't dispatch themselves and stuff. Now police is blended. Some municipalities rely completely on the county police for service. Some municipalities are completely self-sufficient. They have 50, 60, 70 police officers. They have their own dispatch center, homicide detectives and whatnot. But for the mass majority, most of the municipalities have a blended approach with the county in which the municipality provides patrol officers most of the time. And then the county either fills in the gaps with the patrol hours. They handle big investigations like homicides or traffic incidents. But most of the municipalities, like including us, have that sort of blended relationship with the county police and how that makes sure our residents are protected. And then the other big thing, public works, obviously the county public works handles public works, county roadways, and the town public works handle town roadways. So those are kind of the big three services, if that makes sense. We can go to the next slide, John. Different forms of municipal government. So these are the main three big forms of municipal government. Like I said, Attorney Best is going to cover it a bit more in detail. The town is kind of set up, the town of Upper Marlboro setup is kind of a blend. It's we have commissioners, but it kind of operates more of a mayor council style, in which a true commission form is the people elect commissioners. So in this case, 5 commissioners, and then each commissioner is the head of a particular municipal department, like a commissioner of public works, commissioner of police, commissioner of finance, commissioner of recreation and events and stuff like that. But that's not really the case with Upper Marlboro. It is more structured in where the mayor has the kind of, you see in the council, mayor council form, the mayor kind of oversees those municipal departments. And the council kind of provides, they confirm the funding for that. They pass the municipal ordinances and whatnot. But the mayor holds most of the power. So I know that's something we're probably looking at here in the next couple of months with the new board, is figuring out what style of government would work best for the town. Because like I said, we are a hybrid and it has its pluses, it has its minuses, but it's funny, there's other municipalities that have a mayor council form of government that operate more as a commission. So they have council members, but each council members over a department. So you'll see across the state, there's a huge blend of these different types, but it's mainly these 3 core types of bodies of government. Any questions? I know this is kind of boring stuff, but
really important because we have to talk about it.
yes, we are talking about it soon. But like I said, it's really weird. The town's technically a commission style, but operates more of a mayor council. So that's something for us to kind of decide. And commission, honestly, is usually used for smaller municipalities. A lot of places have gotten away from it, but that doesn't mean that it's not a bad style to operate by any means, because that does have its pluses. You're kind of spreading out the workload a little bit more, and not one person is like the center of everything. And then council manager is kind of something you see more at the larger scale, Laurel, Bowie, Greenbelt. They have a strong city manager that oversees all the departments. And then there's also the selection of the mayor is the other big part here. So as you can see in like mayor and council, the people directly choose who's going to be the mayor. This could be either through whoever gets the most popular votes gets mayor, second most gets mayor pro tem, and so forth. Or they run for office completely separate. Like you'll see people so-and-so for mayor. They're not running for a council seat, they're running for the actual mayor seat. But in the commission form of government, obviously everyone's running kind of as a body and everyone gets selected. And then that group chooses the mayor or president, in our case, amongst themselves. So that's kind of where the town is, as well as the town. The people elect, in this case, 5 commissioners. Then you guys will meet here in a couple of weeks to decide who's going to be the mayor, president, and the treasurer to preside over the next 2 years. And that's how it goes. So that's something else that the new board, or that you guys are probably going to consider moving forward, is how that mayor gets selected, possibly adding a mayor pro tem or someone to kind of step up or something, because we've seen that if the mayor's out of town or something incapacitated, there's no one in line of succession for that position. And that's something, as you guys are aware, we went down to one elected official without a quorum there for a couple months. So that was honestly a case study. in that immune. So that's something we're gonna have to look for, is kind of line of succession, making sure we have a contingency plan in place, which having 5 commissioners definitely helps that out a lot.
I do actually have a question. Sorry.
Sure.
Because we now have 5 commissioners, but we didn't change the structure.
Mhm.
If we tackle changing the structure and change the charter, will that new structure take place like once the charter change goes into effect, or does it have to take place at the next election?
It could go either way. I don't think it technically has to wait, because I know, for instance, the city of Capitol Heights, they did something weird that went into effect immediately. They eliminated the position of mayor, like they didn't wait till the next election. It just, they passed the charter amendment, boom, that person was out of office, which is crazy to me. I've never heard of this before. And Kevin, our town attorney, he's the town attorney for them. So that's something he's been working on. But it could go either way. It could be you wait till the next election, it goes into place, or it goes into effect immediately. It all depends really. Yeah. It all depends really how, I think the big thing would be how the mayor or president selected. Because if you're choosing like, hey, the people are going to vote for that person now or something like that, that may have to wait for an election, unless you word it that the current president will serve until that comes around. So it's really my understanding.
You trigger a special election if it went
or
into.
It'll trigger, a special election. So I don't think we're really confined to one way. It's really whatever way you guys see best. It's not like in our charter, the one thing that has to wait is like when you raise board salaries, you cannot raise the board salaries for yourself. You can raise it for the next board.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's the only like kind of, you know what I mean? That's the only preventative measure I think I've seen in the charter of changing it. That's the only thing that has to wait for the next election cycle, which makes complete sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to have 3 people saying like, don't I get a role while we've given them roles, right? So,
exactly.
Okay.
But yeah, I think it's whatever the commissioner, whatever you guys think is best for the town or moving forward or easiest for structure. I know that the current sitting board, you guys chose to cut your term early by 2 months so that the next people couldn't. So that was like a conscious decision for you guys. It makes complete sense. You guys are the ones you don't want to kind of penalize the next people and have them have a shorter term next round. So it's really up to however the town feels best to handle that. I think there's a lot of options. And we could definitely, when Kevin hops on, we can definitely ask him about that too.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem. All right, going on to the next. Maryland Municipal League. So here we're getting to kind of the types of resources that everyone as commissioners and even staff can kind of lean on. One of the big ones is the Maryland Municipal League. So pretty much in each state of the 50 states, there's like towns and cities in each state, and each state has this kind of league of cities that everyone gets together and they kind of push for different things. So MML's big push is they're a nonprofit, nonpartisan association, and all the town governments, all the 127 across the state are members of it. And what they do is each member city pays dues depending on population. So we only have 700 people, so we get a real bargain, honestly, for it. And what they do is they kind of lobby the state. They kind of maximize the lobby. So if the state's passing laws that could affect municipalities or municipalities' authority or something like that, or they're trying to lobby for more funding, if a topic is generally will benefit all the municipalities in the state, MML is going to be the ones in Annapolis kind of pushing for it and spearheading that. Of course, we have our own lobbying firm that can help with that as well, but the MML is a resource in that. They're also a huge training resource for both staff and elected officials. I know John sent out the video for the MML orientation. I don't know if you guys were able to watch that, but I think they talked about the charter and there was another special topic they talked about, but they do those quarterly now. So when we find that one was September, so when they do the next one, we'll send that out. You guys can participate with live or watch it again when it's recorded. They also host classes. So they do a lot of online classes. They do as training in Ocean City, a convention every year that you can go to. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice over here. The convention you go to, sign up for trainings, and they also have a fall convention as well. In what John said as well, there's a link to all these forms. So as you can see on the left, a quick guide for municipal officials. There's all these kind of like quick form or quick brochures talking about these different topics: municipal government, forms of municipal government, home rule, citizen boards, commissions, dealing with the news. So that's very helpful if you guys want to go in, look at those individually and read through them. Let us know if you have any questions. And this is the information from the MML website on congratulations on being a municipal official. Pretty much their big thing is the way you can get involved is attend your local chapter meeting, which for us, their local chapters, they have like local chapters throughout the state with focuses. So they'll have like the Western Maryland chapter, the Eastern Shore chapter, but for like Prince George's County, Montgomery, who have a high concentration of municipalities, they actually have a chapter for each county. So we'll talk about in the next slide, the Prince George's County Municipal League, where all the Prince George's County municipalities get together and work, and they kind of lobby more toward the county council on different things. So that's one of the ways you can get involved with joining a local chapter, attending those. That's completely optional, of course. They also have an Academy for Excellence in Local Government, which is a voluntary certification program. So they have trainings at the conferences, both the summer and fall. They also have kind of ad hoc trainings that pop up. They'll do online seminars that could count toward credits. So pretty much after you get so many credits, you have a couple core classes you have to take, like budgeting and HR and stuff like that. But once you get through that, you get a certification, and it's you get a certificate that you've qualified for Academy of Excellence in Local Government. They do that for both this municipal and county level officials. Attending conferences, so the town pays for room, board, and your ability to go to the conference. We buy the tickets. So if that's something you guys want to do in June, we can set that up. And then they're always available. So you'll see on their website, they have research files, libraries, they'll have staff contacts with different things that they can answer. And then they also have different specific MML committees. I know a lot of our staff members are on a lot of these specific committees. They have like a clerks association, they have the police chiefs association, Darnell's on the Public Works Association. I'm on the City Managers Association. We have a Code Enforcement and Zoning Association. There's a Mayor's Association. So each kind of specific job duty within the governments that you see, Parks and Recreation is another one. They have these groups where you can get together. It's mostly that are on a staff level. The staff can get together with other city managers, other city clerks, and kind of see what best practices, what other people are dealing with, have they dealt with it. And then they'll also do trainings for those specific job titles. So as you can see, there's just a lot of ways you can get plugged in with MML.
Yeah, I'm currently serving on the conference planning committee.
Yep.
I just got back, had a meeting last weekend to help plan the conference down in Ocean City coming June. So that's one of the committees I've served on. I've done it for 3 years. So it's nice to get actively involved in MML. Another thing I was going to mention, Kyle, is the Banner City in Town. The town of Upper Marlboro has been the proud recipient of the Banner City in Town moniker for many years now. And so what that is there's several requirements that you have to complete in order to be recognized as a Banner City in Town. And every year at the MML Summer Conference, the municipalities get recognized who have met those requirements and then are declared Banner City or Town. And so you must attend some of the chapter meetings of PGCMA. You have to celebrate Municipal Government Works month in November. You must go to some of the local schools to educate youth about municipal government. And so it is a chance for the town of Upper Marlboro, of course, to shine at the conference, which is what we want to see.
Any questions on MML? I know it's a lot, and that can be something you guys can absorb later as you get kind of more involved with the town, and kind of get your feet settled with how the town operates. And if once you look forward for more information or resources, MML is definitely there to support. So, next slide, I guess, John. All right, as I spoke with, Prince George's County has its own group as well. So it's a subgroup of MML, and they operate kind of independently. So they meet, I think, once a month. So you guys can definitely attend those meetings and engage with other municipalities and other elected officials. So that's just kind of a good chance to build relationships with other council members or mayors and see how they operate, see what they're dealing with. But you can see the municipalities that participate in there, the 27 are listed there. And they meet monthly on the third Thursday. But we'll normally send out the meeting links for that. Right, John? They come to us or they come to the clerk from PGCMA?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So what we'll do is we'll probably add that to the calendar. And if you guys are bored on a Thursday and want to join in, I know right now they're virtual. But this is also something you can do once you're kind of settled in with the town and looking for more resources or build a networking opportunities.
You can sign up for their emails too. I don't remember how
They
that
have a
happens.
website.
I get them directly as well. And then they send you like minutes and whatnot.
Yep. So we can look into that. That way you guys can kind of join whenever, just kind of keep tabs of what they're going. The town automatically joins and is a part of it. I know up until Commissioner Penoyer came on board, no one really went to the meetings from Upper Marlboro, but that's something she took on. So it really depends on what your priorities are and time as well. I know time's a big thing. Trying to set aside time just to go to the town meetings is probably a huge enough commitment. So don't feel pressured to go. They're just another resource there. All right.
Any questions about any of that material this morning? Well, since we have extra time, as you all saw last night, there were packages that were delivered to your doors, that a resource binder that contained multiple items. One of them being, of course, the town charter, along with the charter amendments. In there's also the fiscal year 2022 budget, along with 21. The annexation documents that just recently are happening. A copy of the employee handbook. The residential property standard ordinance 2016-03, the public ethics ordinance 2016-04, the vehicle and traffic ordinance 2016-02, the commercial property standards ordinance 2017-03, building and permitting ordinance 2017-01, the board salaries ordinance 2019-09, and along with the organizational chart. And also in there is the Open Meetings Act manual, as well as the Public Information Act manual. So do any of you have any questions about any of those items that are in the resource guide? And also in the resource guide in the front pocket is a copy of a brochure from MML for newly elected officials. So hopefully you had a chance to look at that brochure. It is a good resource it kind of complements the slides that you saw this morning, give you a little more detail about MML and what they provide. But since we have extra time, if you have questions about any of these items that are in the resource guide, now would be a chance we could talk about them.
So you stated we could join their email. I guess I'm gonna wait till I get my Upper Marlboro email account and just get the information to, sign up.
Yep, MML has been provided all of your information now that you have won the election.
Okay.
They reach out to the town clerk and I'm to provide them the election results and provide them information on all of you. So that information has already been provided to them. And they're already adding you to their database. So, and I've also added the email address that you will receive So once it becomes active, you will start receiving emails from MML.
Okay.
So that has already been taken care of for you.
All right.
And the emails will go live the day you guys are sworn in. So they're set up but inactive right now. So no emails are kind of going to it. So it's just your first initial last name at uppermarlboroughmd.gov. And then I'll reach out this week on, there's a couple items to prepare you guys for the swearing in or once you become commissioners. So we're just going to order you guys some business cards. So finding out what cell number you want to provide. I don't know if you want to provide your personal number. We can always just put town hall number on there. And I know Commissioner Franklin's did a Google number. So her real number is not shared.
I'll be doing that as well.
Okay. So I'll get with you guys. If you guys want to create Google numbers, let me know. And that's what we'll put on your business cards. And we have a contact.
So do I, Cal. Sorry.
Oh, sure. Yep. Okay. You guys will both be doing Googles.
Yes, and it just goes directly to your real cell number, right? It's like a transfer the call over. How's
It
that work?
depends on how you set it up on your phone. But like my Google Voice just rings on my phone. But you have to set up like how you make calls out. So if you want to call someone back from the Google Voice number, you have to kind of like go in and do that specifically. But you can make it ring like, so I've had issued by the town and it rings on that. So I can answer it there too, where that doesn't work as a phone. Did that answer your question?
I'm sorry. So you have to go within, is it an app? Will you go within the app and to place a call back to someone if they called you? Because I would want it to ring. I only have one cell phone, so I would want it to ring on my current cell phone. And
Yes.
then, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, it rings on your current cell phone, but when you go to return the call, you have to use the Google Voice app in your cell phone rather
Okay,
than.
so I'll download it. It's
I have
called Google Voice app.
Yes, I mean, I have two phones at the bottom of my screen. The green
Okay,
one is the Google Voice one, and this is my regular one.
okay.
So if I'm calling someone back from a town number, I use this.
Oh, okay,
So
awesome. Thank you. I didn't know anything about that.
So you kind of literally unplug when you want to.
That's great. You guys are, yeah, I'm not talented in that area. So thank you.
and I've known people have had to change their number because people got their number. So I just felt like that was safer.
Does that happen? Do you get a lot of calls from residents?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't get a lot of calls from residents on it, but I use it like if I place a call to other, if I'm placing a call for work, then I know the call coming back in is related to town business. And residents have called me or texted me on it. So it does make me more available to them, which I like. Even if they don't use it, they have it, right?
I do have one question, just because I can be pretty bad with computers at times. Do we have an IT person, or who do you call when you have an issue?
Sure. Yep. We have an IT firm. Normally I can help guide you through some stuff, but the town does have an IT firm. So what we'll do is we'll issue you guys the cards, but we also issue out iPads with data plans. So that way you can kind of join meetings from anywhere. So that's what we'll be. We ordered them. Once they come in, I'll get them all processed and inventoried and set up for you guys. But if you have any IT issues with your email account or like the town device or anything, or your Zoom account, you can usually reach out to me first, and because the IT firm likes to have one point of contact, so you can reach out to me. I'm available all the time, and then I'll put a ticket in and they'll reach out to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Of course, we're always here to help. But we'll be getting business card. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I just wanted to say, when do you sleep? You're always here to
Ah!
help. You too, John.
Yeah, stay busy, but
I'm always on Kyle about his work-life balance.
But yeah, I make it work. It's all good. That's the thing about a town. It's not like the town's ever off or completely shut down, or something's always going on. So, but it's exciting. So we'll get those iPads issued out to you guys, the email accounts, business cards. So once you guys get your Google number set up, if you just want to email them to me, and I can draft up the business cards and make sure, see if they look good to you guys before we order them. So you can do that next week, the week after, next. And also, if you want to send me your polo sizes, we can get some polos ordered for you guys as well. And just get you fully integrated. And then Chief will work on the security stuff, getting you guys keys to town hall, access codes and stuff like that. So he'll be talking about that once you guys are sworn in. You'll meet with him. And he'll walk you through that process to access town hall and whatnot. So I know it's a lot of things being thrown at you guys, but
Carl, did you want to talk about any of the items in the resource book to give them any ideas as to what they'll be looking at? That'd be helpful.
in the binder, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, the charter is a big one. I'd recommend reading the charter front to cover. There are some charter amendments. Did you include the charter amendments, John?
I did.
Okay, so what you'll see in the charter, you'll probably see a couple sections. We have the main charter, and then there's some changes that were made to the charter recently, 2 of them to be in fact. One added the chief of police and the town administrator into the charter as like formal town positions. And then the other one was to move the election day and increase the amount of commissioners. So those, once we complete this next round of annexation, we're going to do a charter update to include all those changes in the new charter. We're waiting till we got the annexation done, because otherwise we'd have to change it after annexation. Because you'll see in the beginning, it's got a very small, short little 1-paragraph borders of the town. That's probably going to change to 26 pages long. Because you'll see the old descriptions like at the old stone bridge, or it's stuff that was written decades and decades ago. But pretty much the charter states the structure of government, the power that the government has, the duties of different officials. So for elected officials, the duties of the commissioner, the president, and the treasurer. It also says the basic duties of some of the staff positions you'll see in there. So town attorney and clerk were the only 2 included for the longest time, but now there's also town administrator and chief of police. There's obviously others, public works director, director of finance, code enforcement, which don't necessarily have to be in the charter, but they usually are enacted by other ordinances. So definitely the charter, you get a basic understanding. I know it's a lot of legalese, but you pretty much see that's the bones of how the town operates. And then you have and Kevin will talk about this a bit more, but so the charter gives general rules and guidance of what the town can do. And then the ordinances are the specific laws that are enacted to follow. So you'll see we have like a ordinance on ethics, an ordinance on traffic and safety, but you'll see in the charter, it gives us authority to control traffic and safety, but it doesn't go into all that detail of you have to stop at a red light or stuff like that. That's what the ordinance is for. It gives the exact details of the law. But Kevin will be able to explain that a lot more than I can. And last night I also emailed you guys kind of a basic overview or how to read legislation. So when you go to an ordinance, you see the introductory statement, you see all the whereases, and then you see the actual meat and potatoes of the thing. So pretty much the introduction is just a basic overview statement. This is what the goal of the ordinance is and who it pertains to. The whereases just kind of lists out the different, sorry, my dog's barking. Probably under attack by the mailman. But the whereases list what authority we have to enact those ordinances. So it'll refer to state legislation, or refer to maybe county legislation, but it mostly goes back to the charter and lists the particular section of the charter that authorizes us to pass that ordinance. And then you see the actual meat and potatoes of it, where it's like now therefore, and that's where it lists either what the exact items that the ordinance is covering. So I know it's a lot to absorb. So we included some of the core ordinances there. There's obviously a lot more, but hopefully in the next couple of months, one of the projects we're working on is called Codification, in which we pay a legal firm to go through, take all of our ordinances, we have dozens of them, and condense them into one online kind of file, searchable file, so that you can just kind of read from top to bottom. It eliminates all the whereases, it eliminates the introductions, it pretty much just that becomes like more of a code that you kind of go through section 1, taxation, section 2, elections. And that gets updated. It's a lot more user-friendly and referenceable versus us uploading the dozens of PDFs, individual PDFs we have on the website. So that'll make it a bit easier for staff, commissioners, the public to research stuff. So that's an exciting project we hope to fund with ARPA funds here in the next couple months. So that'll hopefully make these ordinances a bit easier to read in the future.
And just so you know, everywhere on the website is the ordinances and resolutions are all on the website. So we've got them all, nicely categorized on the website, so they're easy to find. So if there's anything that's not listed in your resource book, you're welcome to go to the website. The minutes from meetings, of course, are also kept there. We have the videos from meetings, so you can look at past meetings and see, what was actually done at those meetings. So that would be another resource to you as well.
What time's Kevin joining us, John?
9:30.
9:30.
9:30. Yeah. A little early. Did you want to go over the employee handbook? Anything in the employee handbook or organizational chart?
I mean, I think it's
Maybe
pretty
it stands
self-explanatory. It mainly applies to staff, but obviously the commissioners need to follow it as well. So it pretty much is kind of our rules and procedures for employees. You can see the sick leave accumulation, vacation leave, different types of leaves that staff get. Obviously commissioners don't get leave. You guys get a quarterly kind of payment. Yeah, any questions you guys have on the handbook or or anything in the binders? I know Will Morgan, our director of finance HR, you'll probably talk to him later this afternoon when he hops on for his presentation. He'd be the one to ask if you have any HR related questions. We do have an HR firm. The town has a couple firms that we kind of help specialize. We have the town attorney, of course. We have an HR firm. We have a government relations / lobbying firm. We have a media relations firm, Ray Feldman. We have an accounting firm. So we have a couple different of these firms kind of specialize in different tasks, whereas larger municipalities, you normally have someone kind of dedicated for that role. If you're big enough, they'll have a communications person. They'll have a director of HR who's fully certified and all this stuff. But because we're so small, we kind of have to outsource some of those items. We have the IT firm as well. So if you guys have any questions on anything, staff can answer it, other commissioners can answer it, or we could pass you over and speak with one of our different firms we have. Those are they're available for you to speak to them as well. Yeah, but moving forward, if between now when you guys sworn in afterwards, any questions on anything, I think we initially sent out the staff contact list, right, John?
Can I ask a question, Kyle? Right.
Oh yeah, sure, of course.
Can I ask a question, please? My question is, I skimmed through the book a little bit, and it seems like they have leave and all that stuff. Does all that stuff pertain to us as well? Do we have to, like, if we needed to be out for whatever reason, do we have to, do the sick leave process and all that stuff?
No, yeah, so sick leave and all that, a lot of the book does not pertain to commissioners. You guys are kind of,
I thought. Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit different. So you guys are paid on a quarterly basis. Your salary is set by ordinance. But obviously stuff like sexual harassment and stuff like that kind of applies to commissioners. But the handbook,
Not kind of.
staff. Yeah.
It applies.
That's where it is, but the handbook's mainly for staff, but you'll see the different sections in you'll obviously, you're not a full-time employee with the town of Upper Marlboro. You're an elect. So yeah, leave doesn't matter. If you guys have to step away or miss a meeting, you just let the president, mayor know, and the town clerk, myself, and they'll hold you as excused for a meeting or something like that. Or if you're out of town for a week and you can put it on your, what we do is you'll have an Outlook account, and you can just mark out it's like out of town on your Outlook calendar. And that way staff, other commissioners can see not to like include you in any emails Or you can always put like an out of office message, kind of like you do for work. So that way people know that you're unreachable at that time. So
So I was told that there's going to be times where we have to sign documents. Do we have to do that in the presence of a notary? No.
Not usually. Usually what happens is, well, because we have virtual meetings now, it's a bit different, but when we have the sit down meetings, and John can correct me, pretty much you guys would pass a piece of legislation, they'd kind of pass the binder down, everyone would sign it, and it would be done. Obviously now you guys are virtual. So what happens is a day or two after the meeting where it's passed, John will send an email out like, hey, items are here to sign. They're on the clipboard at town hall. And he'll usually be done like on a Thursday. And that way you guys have the weekend to kind of come in and sign them and look over them, make sure that's what you passed. And once all the signatures are put on there, that's when John takes the document and scans it.
So it's like every week or two?
After every town meetings, usually once a month, because we normally only pass legislation at town meetings. Normally work sessions are more like those informal discussions, nothing's passed.
Yeah.
We'll most likely be passing something that's Tuesday, but that's just a special exception. But yeah, mainly it'll be like right after the town meeting. So
On
the
the
second
30th of the month.
Tuesday. Yep. And then town hall's always open for you guys. It's not just open 9 to 5. You guys will get an access key and come in. You may just have to disarm the alarm. We come in on Saturday night, Saturday morning, you know what I mean? So it's Friday at midnight. It's always open for you guys to come in and sign that legislation.
And you will have mailboxes at town hall, just to make you aware. So there will be a box for you. So that if you do get mail, you can check your mailbox there at town hall as well.
I was wondering if we could standardize the day, like, so everyone knows, like, on Thursday after the meeting, the legislation will be there, so that everyone can kind of plan, like, oh, the second Friday of the month, I have to go in and sign things or whatever. Could we do that? Is that possible?
We could do that.
Yeah, I think that, because normally we give you guys the weekend to sign it anyways, so that'll work perfectly. I guess if it's ready before, we'll just put it on a clipboard and put it out there, but yeah, most of the time Thursday I think is the day, because usually sometimes John will work remote after a meeting, because meetings are a heavy lift for the town clerk, so he'll work remote, and that way Thursday also gives you some time to compress and figure some stuff out. Or if you guys make a motion at a meeting to change some legislation, that gives us time to fix that there as well. So yeah, we can do Thursday.
I was just throwing that out there. I didn't mean you had to pick that day. Just any standard day.
It's a perfect idea.
Okay, thank you.
So which one of you types all this stuff up? Like the
John.
everything you find and all that?
It's a mix. It'll be John, myself, and then what normally with legislation, the way it works is if, like, say the board wants to pass an ordinance, what we'll do is we'll talk at a work session and strategize, like, this is what we want to see in the work session. Or in an email chain or something. And then what staff does, we kind of draft something up. We'll look at other municipalities, what they've done, best practices, or maybe it's something we already have that we're changing. So staff will kind of tweak it and bring it forward for the board to look at and make sure it meets all what the board was asking to do. And then we'll present it to the town attorney and he reviews it, provides comments, make edits, and he kind of makes sure it's fully legal. And then it comes back to us, and that's usually when you see it at a town meeting for
So you
passage.
watch other local towns meetings?
I'm sorry?
You watch other local towns meetings?
We'll watch, well, sometime if they talk about a particular topic, but other towns that have like good websites with their ordinances listed and stuff, we'll go in there and look and kind of see, like, we'll look at towns like our size, or if we know, like, for instance, with annexation, we're looking to bring in some roadways that are currently owned by the county, and we'll try to bring them into the town's possession, see if they'll turn them over to the town. The city of College Park just did that with Rhode Island Avenue, and that's really the only time I've seen that done before. So we're going to see what College Park did. We're not going to try and reinvent the wheel and kind of not steal from them, but
Is the county cooperative when you
I'm
want
sorry?
to? Is the county cooperative when you want to annex, or they put up a fight?
They have not put up a fight yet. They have a couple more days till I think the 30th to provide any input. But what we do is for the annexation phase 2 and 3, we got, I think they just look and make sure we got the right amount of consent, which they'll see that we got more than enough consent from the property owners to bring those areas into town. So as long as they don't think that we're doing anything shady or weird, they'll let it go forward.
Well, they're still getting a majority of their revenue, right?
Yeah, exactly. They're not losing out a whole lot. If anything, it lessens their burden. For like example, for the county police, they're stretched pretty thin. They would love for Upper Marlboro to cover that commercial corridor between 202 and 301, because that's less calls that their officers have to run that ours will take over. And they don't see a huge drop in revenue because they still collect all the taxes for like Board of Education, fire department, because town residents still pay county taxes. It's just at a reduced rate based off of what services the town of Upper Marlboro provides. So yeah, they haven't thrown a fit about our current annexation yet.
I was just going to ask if you could explain a little about how that tax works, because there is a huge misconception that the tax bill that residents get is all going to the town. So it would help if Kyle explained that to all of us so we understand.
Sure, absolutely. So the county has a program called the Municipal Tax Differential. This is getting very technical, so if you guys don't follow it completely, ask me questions. So what happens is pretty much the county has a tax rate that's set for people who don't live in municipalities like unincorporated Prince George's County. That is the base county rate. Now, once when they look at the people living in the 27 municipalities, what they do is they send all the municipalities a form every year, and we tell them what services our city is providing. So how many hours of police protection? Does Public Works plow the roads? Do we pave our own roads? Do we have a code enforcement officer? Do we do any animal control? Do we have our own library? Do we give money to the fire department? What else? Do we do building permits and stuff? So what they do there is they take that form every year and calculate it. And depending on how many services the town provides, they lessen the county tax rate. So for cities like Bowie, College Park, Laurel, who they pretty much provide all the services to their residents. They do like 100% police protection. The city of Laurel does all their building and permitting inspections. The city of Greenbelt, they don't have any park and planning facilities within the city of Greenbelt. They have their own parks and recreation department. So when you look on their tax bill, like their residents don't pay park and planning tax, or they pay a lot less in their county taxes because the city pays and covers a lot of those services. But their city tax bill may be a little bit higher. So pretty much across the board, it evens out. So in these new annexed areas, they're going to pay town taxes, yes, but they're also going to start paying less in county taxes because they're now within the town. Everything in the binder is public knowledge. I don't think it's all on the website. We just printed it out for you guys. But does that explain that right, Sarah? Does that kind of make sense how that tax differential works?
Yeah, I think it does. I just think it's an important thing for us to know when we're talking to people, because that comes up a lot when I'm talking to people. And it's a really technical calculation, and you maybe pay a little more in taxes if you live in a municipality, but it's maybe hundreds, if that.
Yeah. So I think, goodness, so the county tax rate's $1 per $100 assessed property. So you pay $1 for every $100 your property's worth. That will go to the county. You'll end up and then the town taxes right now for residents, 30 cents of that dollar. So I think right now town residents pay 80 cents in county taxes and 30 cents in municipal taxes. So you're only paying that 10-cent difference if that.
And down with everything. We stayed up to 2 o'clock in the morning trying to clean up.
Less than 100 probably for most people.
Exactly. Yeah. Less than 100.
It's coming tomorrow. Jennifer Harris.
Karen, you're unmuted.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
It's okay.
And we actually we just filled out the form for the municipal tax differential, and we claimed a bit more this year and got a little ambitious and kind of worked with, not ambitious, we didn't do anything. We just kind of maximized the town's use of what services we provide. Like we never claimed animal control services, even though like police and code enforcement, they've helped people find their lost dogs before. They're the ones people call. Public Works removes dead animals from the street and stuff. So we were able to claim like 10% of the animal control. And we also, like for aging populations, we also added a lot of referral resources to our town website. And so town staff know if residents call in, we can refer them to the county and state resources. We're able to claim 10% of that aging population credit. So there's different ways we can work through it. The big thing is police patrol services. As we increase our police department and expand our patrol hours and different services they provide, like detective and investigative services and stuff. That's where we really start to see some of those big tech credits coming back to our residents. So the town doesn't benefit from this tax differential process. We still get the same amount of tax revenue. We're just doing it and trying to maximize it for the residents so that they're paying less county taxes to make sure that everything we're providing is not being double taxed. But the county is always going to collect a large chunk because they do the Board of Education, the school system, the park and play. They do the fire department for the entire county and the hospital. So that you're always going to see a huge amount of the max in tech. You're always going to pay the most in county taxes and municipal taxes, just because the amount of services the county provides. And the Board of Education, I think, is 60% of the county budget. So that's probably 60% of the taxes, I think, too. So if that helps explain it a little bit. I don't know, you want to do a quick like 10-minute break, John, before Kevin hops on? And
Yeah, we could do that. That'd be perfect.
unless anyone, does anyone have any questions on anything we covered so far? I know we've probably thrown a lot and Kevin's going to throw a lot at you as well, but tell us to slow down, ask questions. We can go from there, but
Yeah, I was gonna ask Commissioner Franklin, did you want to provide any advice that you might want to give to the new commissioners that from your perspective?
I guess I knew this is advice you get like in kindergarten, but there are no stupid questions. Like if you don't understand it, you probably aren't supposed to understand it. And Kyle can explain it to you, or John can explain it to you. I could try to explain it to you. Don't hesitate to ask anything, because some things don't make sense. And they're confusing. And then I just would say kind of, if you have a job, right? You're the commissioner and you're representing people. So what you need to do to feel like you're representing them properly, then you need to do it, you know? So that's why you should just ask questions, you know, share your thoughts and kind of try and work together.
That's great advice. Any questions up to this point about anything we've covered this morning before we do take a 10-minute break before Kevin comes? All right, we'll take a 10-minute break then and we'll be back at 9:30. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate it.
Oh, it's my honor and my pleasure.
Hi,
Morning.
Kevin.
Hello, Commissioner.
All right, everyone, if we're back, I will get started. I just want to take a moment to introduce, of course, our guest today, Town Attorney Kevin Best. Kevin Best is the principal of the Law Office of Kevin J. Best. He practices primarily in the areas of municipal, homeowners association, business, real property, landlord, tenant, and land use law. Mr. Best began his career practicing in the areas of zoning and land use at Leno's and Blaucher LLP in Annapolis, Maryland. Mr. Best is currently the town attorney of the town of Forest Heights, town of Upper Marlboro, Maryland, the town of North Brentwood, Maryland, and the town of Eagle Harbor, Maryland. He concentrates in the area of local government law, including contracts, procurement, ordinance drafting, budgeting, personnel matters, federal, state, and local regulations, municipal infractions, land use, zoning, waters and sewer matters, annexation, code enforcement, intergovernment compacts, speed cameras, and general municipal administration, as well as homeowners association law, boundary disputes, landlord tenant matters, debt collection cases, and litigation. Please join me in welcoming our guest speaker, Kevin Best. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, John. Wow, that's a nice introduction. Actually, I don't feel like a guest. I'm the longest serving appointed official of the town of Upper Marlboro. I've been the town attorney for now 13 years, I believe. So I certainly feel part of the team. I love Upper Marlboro. I love to go in Upper Marlboro. I like to go to the courthouse. I love the history of the town. And I've served now, I think, 4 different presidents, 4 or 5, starting way back with Steve Sonnet, I believe 2008. And he came to me in my firm. He said he had a problem. He and George Lennick, who was commissioner at the time, and they want to know what they could do to avoid multiple changes to the budget ordinance. And I suggested a detailed line item budget that was not adopted within the ordinance. And so that allowed the town to transfer funds and make financial decisions without having that full-blown ordinance. So that's where it started for me with the town. I've been with the town now all these years, and I've seen, had a few litigation matters handled for the town. The town now has control and jurisdiction over all parking meters in the town. At one point, the county had half of them. So there was a home rule regulatory power question that was settled there between the town and the county. And there's been a lot of changes. I've seen a lot of changes in the town for the better. I think the town is growing more sophisticated, more capable of providing good municipal services. And so it's been great to be with the town. But listen, I could do nothing more but drone on for hours and hours, and I don't want to do that if I don't have to. I'm prepared to drone, but I would rather have a discourse with the commissioners. If you want to ask questions, if you want to go a little off track, we're here to talk about this thing that I love, municipal corporations. What's it all about? Why do I love municipal corporations? Well, I grew up in northern Indiana building little towns in the dirt. And when I went to the Naval Academy, I studied political science. And when I finished my time as an infantry officer in the Marine Corps, I decided I wanted to be a town manager. Went back to Maryland, didn't know anyone, so I decided to go to grad school on the GI Bill. and I had a master's degree in public administration earned from George Washington University. And then after several years of working at MML, the Maryland Municipal League, as a research associate initially, I became even more enamored and interested in municipal issues, operations, and law. Decided to go to law school at night at the University of Baltimore. Got my law degree in 4 years, became an associate at a large premier land use firm in Maryland, Linos and Blocker, doing developer law, but also practicing municipal law, in addition to planning and zoning law. And started my own practice about 11 years ago, I'm sorry. And that's basically 80–90% of my practice is municipal law, because I represent several towns in your county, including you, but you all were the first, along with Forest Heights. And so I have a great deal of loyalty to your town. And I think I've done a pretty good job for you all over the years. I've seen a lot of good things happen. And so with that, do you have any questions for me?
Do you have a day where you're physically at the town hall, like once a month or anything like that?
Well, before COVID, I would go to the town hall on an as needed basis. I would go for various administrative meetings. I might be invited to a meeting from time to time. I do have some of my towns where I go to their meetings all the time. Some of the towns I go to their meetings half the time, like at the regular meetings. And then some of my towns, I don't go to any of their meetings unless I'm invited. And you're in that category. The town, you know, it can be a good thing. It can be an expensive thing. Normally though, when I attend town meetings on a regular basis, I charge a half rate. I don't charge my regular rate. Because that's the big thing with a municipal lawyer. You know, I'm not out to get rich, and I don't make as much money as other lawyers practicing law because of the fact that I'm representing municipalities, but the hourly rate can be expensive, and you know, it can mount up. And so that's why I don't always go to, that's probably not why I've gone to meetings in the past, unless I'm invited for Upper Marlboro. I've never kept office hours, although I have done that with other towns where I'll go in like once a month or once a week and keep office hours or do my work there so that could be accessible. But now with COVID, of course, you know, everything has changed. But I'm open to anything. Anything's negotiable.
Thank you.
Sure. Any other question? So we've got now a 5-member body. For all these years, since the town was incorporated, I think it was 1870, 1872, the town has had 3 commissioners. And now you're moved to 5 under a charter amendment resolution that I prepared for you all some months ago. Now you're going to have 5. And is that a good thing? Well, probably is. There'll be some negative outcroppings from it because you have you go from 3 to 5, you're not as streamlined. However, I think the big plus is probably the Open Meetings Act. You all will be able to have discussions amongst each other about town business as a non-quorum without running afoul of the Open Meetings Act. So that's a good thing. Let me just give you a brief introduction about myself as the town attorney. I am by your charter, I am the chief legal officer of your town. That means I'm responsible to honcho all legal matters that occur in your town. And as a legal animal, there's a lot of legal matters that a town faces. Let's face it, you are a subdivision of the state, and everything you do is regulated by law. So the town attorney is a key official in a municipality. My position is created by law. I should say my office is created by law. It's in the charter. Just like you as commissioners, your office is created by charter. You're different than I am. I do not exercise any of the sovereign power of the town. I am simply an advisor. You as commissioners collectively, and the president/mayor, when she's performing her duties as CEO, they you and she or he as president put forward and exercise part of the sovereign power of the state is delegated to the town. And so that, I think that makes your job a little more important than mine in many ways, because the rubber meets the road with you all. I certainly do. I write the laws, the ordinances, the charter amendment resolutions. I write the annexation resolutions. I represent the town in litigation. But there's also other lawyers. I'm just chief legal counsel. The charter allows the town or the commissioners to engage other legal experts, other lawyers, if there's cause for that, and you need some expertise in another area. So you could bring in other lawyers, but I would be kind of the team leader on that, so to speak. But a big part of what I do is just provide advice to mayors and council, to commissions, to mayors or to presidents, whatever name the senior elected officials called. And part of my role as attorney, just like attorneys in other areas of practice, is to be a counselor and to give advice. So I urge you, when you make big decisions as a body or as the president, bounce those off me so I can. I mean, I've been around municipalities for 20 some odd years now. So I know you have some great staff that will give you good advice, no doubt, but don't be afraid to call on my expertise and background before you. One thing I don't want you to do is step in it and violate the law, violate someone's rights, and have a litigation matter for your town. So, by the way, torts, what's a tort? A tort is a civil wrong as opposed to a criminal violation. A tort is a civil wrong. Whenever a tort occurs in your town is committed by one of your officials or employees, that matter will be represented typically by the local government insurance trust and its lawyers, not the town attorney. So the tort under your insurance policies with legit, you'll be represented by their lawyers. So they'll take over those types of cases. I'll still have cognizance and some involvement with them, but the litigators will be appointed by legit. Any question? All right, if there's no question thus far, and please interrupt me if you want to ask a question. Let's get into the first item, I guess. I've been asked to speak about.
Sorry, Kevin, can I ask a question, please? Sorry. This is
Sure.
Karen Law. Thank you. I wanted to ask, is it okay if we have a question that we contact you directly, or is there a process?
I am so glad you asked that question. That's a great question for an elected official, particularly a newly elected official. Here's how it works. As town attorney, I represent the town and all its agencies, commissions, boards, and its entire structure. So I may confer from time to time with the chief appointed official of town, Kyle, the president or mayor, the CEO. I may confer with the chairman of the board of election supervisors, what have you. Normally the way it works is an individual legislator does not normally just carte blanche contact the town attorney. Why? You want to keep your costs down. You want to speak with one voice. You want to get information that you can share with each other to make a common collegial decision. So it's not typically a good idea, unless you get permission, unless you confer with your fellow commissioners and they agree to let you do that. It's normally not a good idea to call the town attorney. It's normally a good idea to go through the chief appointed officer, Kyle, or the chief elected official, whoever that's going to be. And so normally the gatekeeper is Kyle for me normally. He's the person who normally gives me my marching instructions, so to speak, and or the mayor will call with important issues from time to time. And you certainly can make a motion at a meeting and have the town attorney come. If the motion's carried, I will come to the meeting and, have a face-to-face meeting or a virtual meeting with you about some matter in a closed session or in an open session or both. So Karen, that's the deal. You don't have an ordinance or a policy that by law prohibits you from calling me. If you called me tomorrow, I would take your call and try to answer your call. But it's just not good practice for 5 different members of your legislative body calling me from time to time and driving up costs, legal costs for the town. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Sure.
But if they had like a big concern or pressing concern or question, I know you've kind of taken calls time to time, Kevin, like if a commissioner thinks that they're kind of violating the law or, you know, what I mean, something like that, you've kind of taken those calls before.
Yeah, there's an exception to everything I said. You know,
Yeah.
lawyers are always talking about exceptions. If there is an ethical violation,
Yeah, I think like if you personally had like a situation you were in where you felt like you might be in legal situation because of your position as a commissioner, then we would want to contact Kevin. And also, if you as a commissioner have legal questions and you've requested legal advice and not been given any advice, then I think it would be reasonable to call Kevin.
yeah, so, you know, you can talk amongst yourself, you can have an informal policy, or you can adopt a written formal policy on how you want to approach me. It's really up to you all. I'm saying you don't have any policy right now. You don't have a law. So there would be no huge prohibition from one of you calling me. I will say the classic problem, if you see another commissioner or employee acting unethically, you can call the town attorney without checking with anyone else to report a violation so that it can start to be dispensed with and handled. But, you know, I urge you to read your town public ethics ordinance for those types of situations. Okay, so if there's no other questions, I'll jump into structure. Structure, what are we talking about structure? Well, a house has rooms and timbers and apexes and roofs and systems. Well, the same thing for a municipality. Where do you find your structure of your municipal government? Meaning, where do you find what is the makeup of your officership and what is the makeup of the powers that are shared among the officers of your municipal corporation? And where do you find the checks and balances? Well, you go to your charter for that. Your charter is going to lay that out. The charter is the structural document. It is your constitution, just as the state and the federal government have constitutions. Your municipality has a constitution, but it's called a charter. It's a little different because it's a grant of authority from the state. Never forget, as a municipal corporation, you are a creature of the state, not of the federal government. You're a subdivision of the state. You get your powers from the state under our federal system. You get no powers whatsoever from the federal government. You do get restrictions because of the supremacy clause in the Constitution of the United States that restricts how the state regulates you or delegates powers to you, or how you exercise your own powers. You have to adhere to the Bill of Rights, for example, in the US Constitution that limits your activities. But the structure of your government, who's the mayor or president, who has the power to hire and fire, how are ordinances made, what's the process for an election, how do you pass a budget? These are processes or structures or balance of powers issues that are charter appropriate provisions, and you'll find them in your charter. Every municipality in the state of Maryland has a municipal charter. Some of the counties have charters. Some do not. They have to go to the legislature of the state to get their powers changed. And the reason you have a charter is because we have home rule. Home rule means you get to make decisions affecting strictly your own city or town locally without any interference from the state. The state cannot meddle with your ordinances and your powers unless it does so in a general fashion for all municipalities alike. The General Assembly typically, and there are some exceptions, like urban renewal, the legislature cannot pass a law that says that the town of Upper Marlboro must have a strong mayor-council form of government. General Assembly can't do that because of home rule, which is found in Article 11E of the Constitution of Maryland, the municipal home rule provision. So we have this thing called a charter, and the town is a creature of the state. The town was created by the General Assembly way back in about 1872 or thereabouts, when the town was initially incorporated. I talked about home rule. If you have a question on it, please let me know. Let's talk a little bit about the charter versus a code. Both the charter and your code of ordinances, or your body of ordinances, are considered law. Your charter provisions are your organic or fundamental law. Your code provisions or ordinances are regulations of human behavior, whereby you're exercising the police power that's delegated to you by the state. What is the police power? The police power doesn't really necessarily refer to police forces. It refers to anything you do for the health, safety, and welfare of your residents. That is an exercise of one of the fundamental state powers, including taxation, condemnation, legislation, or police power. So you get to exercise police power. You have a delegated authority to do that, to exercise police power. And the delegation of powers is normally found either in your charter or state law. The state law is made up of numerous different volumes. It's gigantic. It takes a couple shelves full of books to demonstrate or public chronicle all the laws that the General Assembly has made. They're effective. Of those many volumes, there's one called the Local Government Article. It has 2 volumes. That is probably the document, or here's a sample of it. Can you see this? This is one of 2 volumes called the Local Government Article. It is the annotated code of Maryland. So all the laws that are applicable to municipalities and counties are in this book, the general statutes. But because you have home rule, you also have a charter. And the charter basically is the citizens' chance to say what your town's going to do and what it's not going to do, what powers it's going to exercise that may be delegated by the state in this book through the Maryland Constitution. The charter is something that your governing body can amend and change and massage and formulate, or your citizens by initiative can change it and basically put limitations on the vast majority of items that are delegated to your town. They can be limited through the charter by your very own people. All right. So we've talked about the charter, the code. There are certain provisions in your charter that should never go in your code, and there's certain provisions in your code or ordinances that should never show up in your charter. In fact, there's case law in Maryland that forbids that. So that's another reason why you want your town attorney reviewing your ordinances and your charter amendments before you adopt them. Typical charter material, as I've indicated before, is the powers of the officers, what offices you find in town. By the way, if you don't find an office or an officer position in town government, because you look in your charter and you don't see it, doesn't mean it cannot be created by ordinance. It can. But you're going to find in your charter the powers that the various officers have, the checks and balances on their power. Let me give you a very simple check and balance would be a veto, which you do not have. A veto is the chief elected officers or the mayors check on the legislative body to be able to veto an ordinance. Just as you know from Civics 101 that the President of the United States or the governor of the state can veto a piece of legislation from the legislative body, that would be an example of a check and balance. But you all don't have the veto. Other checks and balances are that the certain positions may not be hired in the town by the president unless it's consented to by the governing body, the commissioners. That's a check and balance, for example. So, I'm just giving you an example why you need to understand what a charter is, what an ordinance is, and what your role. This stuff is fundamental, folks. Why? You're a legislator. You got elected to make policy and law. You got to understand the tool chest that you carry around that includes the charter, the ordinances, resolutions or policies, and the contracts that are approved. These are the type of public and private law you as legislators need to have a good, firm understanding of. Do I have any questions? Is any of this seem to be over your head or confusing? All right, so I'll continue on a little bit. Where are we on in time? So I can either speed up or it's 9:55.
9:50, yep,
I've been
9:55.
doing this 25 minutes, so
You have to 11.
okay. All right, we talked about police power. That's the ability to pass laws for the health, safety, and welfare of your residents. And you normally exercise police power by passing an ordinance. Let me talk a little bit about the difference between an ordinance, a statute, a charter amendment resolution, an annexation resolution, a resolution, a motion. What's the difference between all those things? A charter amendment resolution, whenever you want to amend your charter, you have to do it in accordance with state law. The procedure for amending your charter is governed and laid out by state law, not your charter, not your local ordinances. So you got to follow the state's law when you amend your charter. Why? Because the state looks at your charter as tantamount to being a state statute. And so they want you to follow their procedure. And again, I told you what was charter appropriate material for a charter amendment resolution. Those are things dealing with the structure of your town government, powers, checks and balances, processes like ordinance making. So that's what you'd use a charter amendment resolution for. An annexation resolution is when you want to expand your corporate boundaries. You want to annex other lands to affix them to your town's boundary and make them part of your government, part of your jurisdiction. Make them, they'll have to follow the same ordinances and charter provisions that your other town residents, your longstanding town residents have. So whenever you expand your territory, you do that in the form of an annexation resolution, which is essentially a type of charter amendment resolution because your boundaries are published in your charter. Okay, an ordinance, that's the biggie. We've got these things called ordinances and statutes. Well, a statute is a law passed by a state or federal legislative body. Locally, we call them ordinances, not statutes. An ordinance, like a statute, typically governs human behavior and carries a penalty. Under state law, as a municipal corporation, you have the authority to regulate human behavior. For example, spitting on the sidewalk. You could have an ordinance that says anyone that spits on Main Street on the right of way, sidewalk or the street will be guilty of a misdemeanor or what's called a municipal infraction, which is a civil violation it can carry a penalty under state law of up to $1,000. So you could have a law that says spitting on Main Street is in violation of an ordinance. Put that in ordinance, read it twice, 2 different readers, publish it in a newspaper of general circulation, post it on your town bulletin board. And I think 20 days later, it becomes law. Then your code enforcement officer cruising down the street, or your police officer cruising down the street, sees someone spit on the sidewalk, then either a municipal infraction, whatever's called for in your ordinance, or a misdemeanor, a criminal misdemeanor citation can be issued. So you have the ability to regulate human behavior. Please understand, you do not have the unfettered right to regulate human behavior. So I want to stress that your powers are limited. And if you don't know what the limits or the boundaries of your powers, or what areas you can regulate by ordinances, you need to ask me. You need to get some legal assistance on that to make sure you're not going to violate either the Maryland Constitution or the federal Constitution. Both, we have a Declaration of Rights in the Maryland Constitution. We have a Bill of Rights in the federal Constitution. So you must be very careful whether you overstep your bounds and violate constitutional rights. But again, your ability to normally make policies and regulate human behavior for the health, safety, and welfare of your residents is done by ordinance typically. If you want to change the structure of your government, how business is conducted in your government on a big picture basis, then you amend your charter. All right, then there's another category. It's a resolution. A resolution is something lesser than a charter amendment resolution. And the hierarchy is this. The federal Constitution, federal statutes, federal rules and regulations, the Maryland Constitution, Maryland statutes, Maryland agency rules and regulations, the town charter, ordinances, resolutions. That's the hierarchy of law that you all have as a municipality. Again, as legislators, you should have some understanding of this. Now, some of you were gung-ho, you ran for office and you wanted to fix this or fix that or introduce a new policy. You can do that. Well, how do you do that? Well, you do it by legislation, by ordinances, by resolutions. Let me go back a little bit. The difference between a resolution and a ordinance is that a resolution normally does 2 things. It either expresses the resolve and desire of the municipal governing body, or it makes internal policy that governs your town employees. That would be the difference between an ordinance and a resolution. If it's something internal, like an employee handbook or rules and regulations governing your workforce, you do that by resolution. If you want to regulate how the public interacts with your employees, that would be an ordinance. So I think I've run the gambit. I not only gave you the hierarchy from the federal to local level of laws, I told you the difference between the types of laws you as a legislator can get involved in. I talked about police power, home rule, difference between statutes and the charter. Let me explain the difference between ordinances and a code. What the heck's the difference between an ordinance and a code? What is a code? Well, a code is simply a group of laws, whether it be ordinances or statutes. For example, the federal government has a code of statutes. It also has a code of regulations that are passed by agencies who are delegated the power to make regulations that have the force of law. A code is really just an organization organized in some way, like, I'll give you an example, general administration, regulation of animals, building regulations, the list goes on and on. So you would organize by topical area the laws, and whenever you pass an ordinance, which is a separate law, then you take that ordinance and you codify it, or you put it in its logical place in your code so the world can see. And this brings me to a point. I highly recommend that the town of Upper Marlboro adopt a code of ordinances. The town is one of the few municipalities in the entire state of Maryland that does not have a code of ordinances. And that's not a good thing, in my opinion. Why? Because as a public body, your job is typically to operate in the light of day, to let sunshine in on your operations. How do your citizens know what laws and ordinances you've passed over the years that affect them if they can't readily go and see the code online? So I recommend that you go hire a code codification company like General Code and have your various ordinances, which have accumulated, which are dozens and dozens. Here's what I would call your code of ordinances. All these are, single or multi-page pieces of legislation known as ordinance passed over the year. And they all regulate human behavior typically in the town of Upper Marlboro. Fact of the matter is, few people know what's in here. So you really do need to put high on your list. And I've been barking up this tree for many years. You need to go ahead and break down, pay a couple $1,000s and have a code company codify your ordinance. But I'll get off that soapbox. And you can hire someone to help you with that, okay?
Quick question on codification, Kevin. We actually talked a little bit. I think the town's going to try and use ARPA money to fund that this year. But so once we codify, the board would still pass ordinances in their normal fashion, but they would just be sent to the codification company to be included in the code, right? Okay.
That's the convenience of hiring an independent contractor like General Code. Part of your contract would be whenever you pass an ordinance from time to time, you just send it off to them. They'll post it in its PDF format until they get enough together, like every 6 or 12 months. And then they'll take the various sections of that code and put it in its logical location in your code. But when you start off codification, you're going to have to send them all your currently effective ordinances, and they're going to look through and they're going to advise you on how to organize that. Now, I can do that myself, but they're going to do it at a much lower rate, hourly rate, than I would. In fact, I will say to you, I did do a code under President Sonnet many years ago, but for whatever reason, and I won't go into in any depth right now and bore you, it was never adopted. But there was a manuscript prepared as a potential code of ordinance of the town of Upper Marlboro about 6-7 years ago, I believe. More than that, actually, I guess it was 8 years ago. And if you ever want to see that document, I'll be glad to share it with you. I'm sure that Kyle or John has a copy of it, I would think. But
yeah, I think we have a hard copy of it at Town Hall, but it's since way outdated. We've passed dozens of ordinances since, of course. So, but it gives you a good format of what it looks like.
Would that be something we would send to the code folks to like cut back on the amount of time they are putting in, since the town's already paid for it?
Yeah, Commissioner Franklin, you'd enter into a contract with them, and phase 1 of the contract would be to codify all existing ordinance. Phase 2 would be maintenance of your code. And then, in phase 2, you'd send them all your ordinances, laws that you pass from time to time, and then they codify them on an as needed basis, or they'll collect, appropriate number of them and wait, and then codify like every 6 or 12 months. But they'll post the ordinance on their website. So a member of the public will be able to go to your website, see your code, the original code manuscript, and then they'll also be able to look to see if there's been any updates to your code, which are the individual ordinances, and they'll see that in PDF. And then General Code will go through a codification sequence every 6 to 12 months, whatever you arrange for in your contract.
Yeah, I understand that part. What I was wondering is if it would potentially cut our costs to give them the thing you've already done that we paid you to do. Now, when we write our RFP, Like, does that help reduce their time spent codifying so that we don't have to pay as much?
Yes, that's good. Yes, the answer is yes. You would share it with them, but keep in mind, it's an 8-9-year-old document. You've all passed
Yeah.
dozens of ordinances in the last 5, 6, 7 years. So, I mean, it might be helpful. I don't know how helpful. Take a look at it and work with them, negotiate them. My favorite is General Code, but there are 3 or 4 code publication companies out there that do a good job, like Muni Code, American Code, General Code. It's up to you. You can do an RFP. Okay.
Can you send that
So-
to me then, pretty please?
What's that now?
Can you send that to me then?
Oh, the old code? The one that I prepared
Unless
some.
Kyle has it already.
Sure, I'll be glad to send it, or Kyle may have it.
I just gotta check the share drive. I know we have a hard copy, but I can double check the share drive. If we don't have it, I'll ask Kevin to send it.
Thank
You know, if you get 2 of them, no worry. It'll just take me 2 minutes to send it.
Okay,
You got another co-commissioner there with you, I see.
my chief advisor, right?
Oh, yes, of course. All right, so we were talking about structure of government, and we're about done. And listen, I could go on another hour or 2. I'm on the Academy for Excellence for Local Governance, where I teach the structure of municipal government, along with Skip Cornbrooks, my colleague that represents a number of towns with the Karpinski law firm. So we could go on and on. I don't want to put too much in your lap right now as newly elected officials or even experienced commissioners. But I will finish the structure of government to say that, you know, what the heck structure of government do you have in Upper Marlboro? You have this body called a commission, and there are 4 basic types of municipal government in Maryland. There's the commissioner form of municipal government, the weak mayor council form of government, the strong mayor council form of government, and the council manager form of government. None of these different structures or forms of government are better than the other or superior. They both have strengths and weaknesses to them. Thank you, John. This is pretty cool. Let me talk about the commission form of government, because that's probably more near and dear to your heart because of the name of your body. But let me qualify everything I say. Don't get confused or angst, because every charter, 157, I should say 156, there are only 156 municipal corporations governed by Article 11E of the Constitution of Maryland. Baltimore City is considered a municipality, but it's really a hybrid organization that has its own area of law and is essentially both a charter county, although it's organized like a municipal corporation. So you have 56 sister municipalities in the state. I'm sorry, 55 that have the same power and authority you do. By the way, let me just divert a little bit. You know, tiny little Eagle Harbor down in southeast Prince George's County and Little Port Tobacco with 15 people in southern Charles County. Those are municipalities too. They have charters too. They have the same power and authority you do. You have the same power and authority as Frederick City, Gaithersburg, Bowie, Hagerstown, Salisbury. The same potential power and authority to impact people's life is vested in little tiny Upper Marlboro, the same as tiny little Eagle Harbor or Port Tobacco, because you have charters and your municipal corporations governed by Article 11E. But back to the structure of government, the commissioner form of government is really a body of equals. And depending on the type of commissioner form of government, you can have 3 or 5 or 7 commissioners that serve on the body. And normally the way the commission form of government works is the commissioners, when they're not meeting, when they're not legislating as a body, as a collegial body, they're running a department or an agency. Like say you have a commissioner of public safety or the commissioner of public works. So the executive powers, the implementive powers are vested in each individual commissioner in a pure commissioner form of government. And you're going to scratch your head and say that's not the case in Upper Marlboro, because you do not have a pure commissioner form of government. In addition to these executive powers that are vested in these individual commissioners, when they get together to formulate policy or create laws, they're meeting as a legislative body, they're acting collegially. All right, so there's a blend of executive and legislative powers amongst the commission. But it's a slow moving animal, the commission. It lacks leadership, strong leadership, and it doesn't act quickly. So there's a lot of weaknesses in the commission form of government. Talk about the mayor council form of government, which has two different varieties. You have the weak mayor council and the strong mayor council form of government. In the weak mayor council form of government, the mayor is more a first among equals, a presiding officer, and typically has no real executive power, is not responsible for the day-to-day operations. That's either vested in the mayor and council or a professional administrator. So that would be a weak mayor council form of government. Weak, not because the personality of the mayor that holds the office is a weak person, but because the powers in that office are weak. That's why it's called weak mayor council. But really, most of the executive and legislative powers in the weak mayor council form of government is vested in the council. The council hires people and fires them, not the mayor unilaterally. The department heads answer to the mayor and council, not the mayor, in a weak mayor council form of government. In a strong mayor council form of government, which there are very few of these types of governments, there's really only one in Maryland, to tell you the truth, and that's the city of Baltimore. The major cities of America have strong mayor council forms of government, not the little towns and cities. In the strong mayor form of government, the mayor typically is not a member of the legislative body, doesn't preside over it, only attends its meetings when it's invited, the mayor. The mayor is in charge of the police department, all the other departments, and those department heads answer only to the mayor. The council is there just to pass laws and policies and legislation and control the government by use of the purse strings, the budget. All right. So I've talked about the commission form. I talked about the weak mayor, strong mayor. Let's go to the council manager form of government. In the council manager form of government, which was created about 1920 in a town in Virginia, they decided they want the people of that town, I think it was Staunton, Virginia, who first experimented with the council manager form of government, decided they want to do away with all the graft and unethical conduct by elected officials in their town. So they wanted to professionalize things. They wanted to hire someone that was highly educated, professional administrator. So they created this thing called the council manager and vested all the executive powers. That means the powers to do what's necessary to run the town on a day-to-day basis was vested in the manager, or also may be called an administrator, town administrator, city manager, city. So the council has no other duty but to pass laws, to be a legislative body. The day-to-day operations are run by the manager, who's a professional. And you can see some huge strengths from that. The mere fact that you can go out and hire a manager that's from the entire, you have a employment pool, a potential employment pool of the entire state or nationally, you can get a very high caliber, high trained person to do that job, bring a lot of expertise in it. And it's going to make the town government operate more like a business corporation than a government. So there's weaknesses, pros and cons for that as well. And I could talk in more detail about the pros and cons of these four basic types of municipal government. But I'm getting ready to wrap that up, I think.
Kevin, there was a question.
Yeah.
We kind of talked about this earlier. Now, if the board, because I think they may be looking to look at the town's form of government now that we're at 5 people. If they were to change a form of government, did they have to wait till the next election cycle? Or could they like do a charter change and put it in place like mid-term or something like that?
All right. The way you change your charter, your structure of government, is by amending your charter. Amendments to the charter are governed by state law. There's a procedure that's laid out in the local government article. This book, the procedures here in one of the sections of this book. Normally, there's 2 methodologies you can use to amend the charter. You can either initiate the charter amendment resolution by the governing body, the commissioners, or it can be initiated by the people, the voters, through what's called an initiative process, where they petition the governing body to change the charter. And then the petition can be, if it's certified, a petition of at least 20% of the voters, and it goes before the body can then set it in either approve it outright, which then makes it eligible for a referendum if someone objects to it within 40 or 50 days. And then if it's not objected to, there's no referendum election, it becomes law. So you don't have to wait for an election. You don't have to wait for a term. Where you do have to wait for an election is when you want to change your salary as commissioners. Obviously, as the governing body, the buck stops with you all. You make the decisions. So if you're going to change your own salary, there's some limitations because it's kind of self-serving. So there's limitations in the Constitution of Maryland that say it's okay for you to pass. First of all, you got to do it in the form of an ordinance, change your salary, and you've got to do it such that the change in salary occurs after the next election. So you can't change your salary and then next week get a higher pay, right? You got to wait. But for charter amendment resolutions, you can do those the day after you're elected and installed. You're going to have an organizational meeting in December. At that meeting, you're going to meet for the first time as a public body. And at that meeting, you're going to choose your leader, the president or mayor. By the way, your charter was changed just a year or two ago to alternatively include the title mayor whenever you talk about the president or vice versa. But in your town, going back to this discussion on structure of government, your town, the CEO, the chief executive officer by charter is the president, also known as the mayor. Your form of government is really not a commission form of government, in my opinion. Your form of government, because you have a very strong mayor in terms of the power to appoint officials with or without consent, the power to run the town government on a day-to-day basis, the ability to preside over the town meetings. Your mayor or president is essentially more akin to a strong mayor council form of government than it is a commissioner form of government. Because in a commissioner form of government, all the executive power is shared amongst the commissioners typically, or vested solely in the commission. That's not the case with you. Much of the executive power is vested solely in the president or the mayor in the town of Upper Marlboro. So you really have, and this is where it gets to the importance of studying the structure and types of local government. You all really don't have, even though by name, and this is typical, you can read all 156 municipal charters, and you're not going to be able to figure out just by finding out what the name of their governing body is, what structure or form of government they have. You have to read the various provisions together and try to figure it out. And the bottom line, here's the formula to all this. Every municipal government in Maryland is hybridized. None of them meets the strict model of a council manager, weak mayor council, strong mayor council, or commission form of government. None of them. They've all been hybridized. They've all borrowed and picked powers and strengths from the other forms of government, of municipal government, and installed that in your charter because they thought over time that was the best way to go. Maybe there was something abuses, maybe something happened, a procedure didn't work out properly, someone abused their authority, and so they put checks and balances that essentially hybridize their charter. And you all are no exception. Like all other 155 municipal corporations governed under Article 11E, you all have a hybridized charter. So if there's anything you take away from this little discussion on structure, is go read your charter. If you want to understand how your town government works, got to read that charter. So, commissioners, Kyle, John, do you have any other questions on structure of government? John, how am I doing on time? You're on mute, John.
We are currently at 10:24.
So about an hour in, we got about 30 minutes maybe.
That's right.
If you're bored, we can quit right now. It's up to you, commissioners. All right. The next thing I was asked to talk about is the Open Meetings Act. What is the Open Meetings Act? It's a law, a statute passed by the General Assembly of Maryland back in, I believe, 1972. That put rules and regulations on how public bodies, whether you're a municipality, a county, a special taxing district, that you have to follow. And the purpose of it is to keep the sunshine in, is let the public see your activities as a public body. And it only applies to public bodies. It doesn't apply to it like schools, local governments, state government, state agencies, municipal agencies have to conform to and follow the Open Meetings Act. All right. And the purpose of the act is to make sure sunshine is spread on your activities and operations, so the public knows what the hell you're doing and can exercise their fundamental constitutional rights to petition the government and to comment to the press or try to hold you accountable. That's why we have an Open Meetings Act. Now, basically, the general rule in the Open Meetings Act is all meetings of your governing body have to be done as a public meeting. You got to give notice to the public that you're going to have a meeting. And when you meet, you got to have a quorum. That's the minimum number of commissioners present. With the change in the charter the last few months, a quorum for a 5-member body under the common law is 3. And that's what your charter says as well. So whenever 3 of you meet formally to conduct public business, you're holding a meeting, whether you do that ad hoc or as part of an organized meeting that you gave notice for. Keep in mind, you are not to go out and have smoke-filled room meetings of a quorum or more of you. That is illegality. You're violating the act. You can be held responsible personally. You can be fined for doing that. So you don't want to do that. Don't have an ad hoc coincidental meeting and start to talk about town business because you're going to violate the law.
Can I ask a quick question here?
Sure.
So you probably know that in December, we're going to be a 4-member body, not a 5-member body. Is it still a 3-person, or like, is it still that 2 people can't talk, or is it 3? When that happens.
Well, and the reason you say it's going to be a 4-member body, because if someone's not going to qualify for office, the president, I guess, is not going to qualify. Mrs. Benoyer is not going to qualify for office. So although your charter calls for a 5-member body, you're going to have a vacancy, and you're going to want to declare the vacancy at a public meeting and then follow your charter to fill the vacancy. But when you have 4, the common law would say that 3 would be a quorum, because a majority of 4 is not 2, it's 3. So you'd need a quorum of 3. So if 2 of you got together and started discussing town business, you're not violating the act.
Right, because we couldn't those 2 people to pass something without. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Well, you're not violating the act because you don't have a quorum to conduct public business.
Okay.
So sorry, so does that mean that if I wanted to talk to Thomas about town business, that I'm okay to do that legally without getting in trouble?
Talk to Thomas Hanchett? Yes, you could talk to him till the cows come home on some issue with the town, trash. You notice a bunch of trash on Main Street, you're tired of it. You want to pass an ordinance, or you want to find a public policy solution to fix the trash on the Main Street. So you're going to have a one-on-one discussion for 3 hours with Thomas. You can do that without violating the act. But when 3 or 4 of you get together and you start talking about that very same issue, and you haven't given the public notice, you haven't posted your agenda within 24 hours of the meeting, and you get together and talk about that, you're violating the act. Can
I ask? Sorry.
Yeah.
Can
No
I
worries.
ask, why will we be violating? What's the difference between 2 discussing
What's
and
the
then
difference
the
between
3 or 4 of us discussing it? before it goes into an agenda, because maybe we want to all be on the same page. You want to let the person know what you're thinking, what your thoughts are, and you bring it to the group as opposed to bringing it to just me, going to just Tom. I want to bring it to all the commissioners, for instance.
Well, let me just say this. It's because that's what the law says.
Okay.
No, but no, here's the thing about the law. The law is imperfect and it doesn't always make sense. But here's why I think it makes sense. And here's why I think it's perfect in this situation. The Open Meetings Act doesn't want to stifle all ability to germinate public policy and thoughts. Therefore, the threshold is a quorum. When you have a majority or more of the governing body, then you have to get together and talk about public business publicly, giving notice to the public. But if it's just one or two of you, you don't. So I think that's the public policy reason why a quorum triggers the Open Meetings Act. Does that make
Got
sense?
it, because
Go ahead, Karen.
if it's a group discussion, then the public should be made aware of this idea or this potential new rule. And it should be discussed as a group. But if I'm just talking to you per se, you're a commissioner, I'm just talking to you, then we're just fine because we're just throwing each other ideas about whatever.
Yeah, and the Open Meetings Act doesn't want to stifle the germination or the start of discussion of public policy. It just wants the public body, when the ideas or thoughts or policies are starting to get a little more formulated, that you do it so in the open of light to the public. And that's when you have a quorum. And so there you have.
You
Go
know,
ahead, sir.
it's not just like the quorum thing, it's the number of people who could vote on something and have it passed. So if you, Tommy, and I were all elected and we started talking about a policy and we're like, yeah, let's do this policy. And then we just go to a meeting and vote on it without anyone ever hearing about it or having a chance to talk about it and give us their thoughts. That's, I think, what it's really there to stop, because your other commissioners would say, hey, where did this come from? And no, I'm not going to vote for it. And they would have the power to stop that vote.
I agree completely. That was very well said, Sarah. And I will say this too. In the day and age of electronic transmission of information and the speediness of it over time, technology is huge, has done huge changes in my lifetime. Certainly. The Open Meetings Compliance Board and the Attorney General of Maryland and the General Assembly are starting to crack down on some what they consider abuses of the Open Meetings Act. And one of them would be, certainly the act has allowed people to participate in public meetings telephonically, and that has blossomed out now. We have Zoom meetings, right? You don't have to be in person at a meeting to have a public meeting. You can have a virtual meeting. But one of the questions deals with the use and transmission of the emails. Let's say the town adopted an ordinance that was discussed, formulated, and drafts of it were shared totally by email transmission amongst the commissioners over a period of, say, a month, 2 months. And so you get to a meeting, the public hears nothing about this ordinance that's proposed, no debate, no expert witnesses, if that's applicable. And all of a sudden it shows up for a first reader at a virtual Zoom meeting or an in-person public meeting. And then the next month or the next reader of it, it gets passed on the second reader. And the public has no wind of it. They've never had a chance to look at minutes or to look at in person, look at the activities at a meeting on that issue, on those issues involving that ordinance. They're starting to crack down. The Open Meetings Compliance Board has opined that that's a violation of the act. If you use simultaneous communications to conduct public business that thwarts the Open Meetings Act, you're violating the act. So, I would opine that you can share your proposed policy with multiple commissioners. Just don't have communications about it and make a decision about it within close proximity, temporally, timely wise, at the same time. In other words, do not have almost simultaneous email exchanges and then derive a decision on a public policy matter. That's no. Need to try to avoid that. But I'm not saying I'm not going to tie your hands, or the act's not going to tie your hand. You certainly can do a lot of work by communicating via email and text, and not violate the act. But I think the big thing you got to remember is don't meet together as a quorum in a public place or semi-public place and have a meeting and talk about town business. That's where you're going to get in trouble. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Ed.
Kyle's probably asked you this, but sometimes there's like a ordinance we're working on, and we might have a discussion about it, and then people might say, I need a little more time to think about this, and I have some different things. And so sometimes Kyle will create a document that we can all go in and use track changes to edit and comment on. Is that like, and then it comes back up at the meeting, but it is a really efficient way for him to get all our ideas in there. Is that something we can keep doing, or is that going to become a problem? Right now, I'm the only one, but I'm thinking more people might.
My answer to that, it could be a problem, but
Okay.
like but I'm gonna say it's not. It can be, but like so many problems that municipal governing bodies or commissioners or council people get into, even if they step into it and do a violation, quite often a cure can be done. It can be fixed. So the way you would cure any thought of impropriety with the sharing the track changes version of, say, an ordinance and circulating around the commission and depriving the public of observing the formulation of public policy is you basically, you take that document that's a markup and introduce it at the next meeting and make it available to the public as a public document so they can see how the language has changed through your email communication. That cures this idea that they didn't get a chance to be aware of what you were doing.
That's good.
It ratifies it, so to speak. But the law is still developing. It's still unfolding because technology is constantly changing. We don't have any real clear law on whether exchanging an ordinance using the markup feature of Word, how far you can go to do that without violating the act. The law is unclear. Like I've said before, the law is imperfect. The law is a very imperfect creature. So I'm just telling you, you're probably not going to have any problem doing that. Just don't get together in a public or quasi-public place and discuss that document, which is discussing town business, without following the Open Meetings Act.
And what we normally do for those, Kevin, is we'll like draft legislation and commissioners will comment on it, and then we bring it to a work session and discuss that document with all the track changes. Does that sound?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Great practice.
Okay.
Great practice.
As
I
long as
really
that
like
track
that, so I
changes.
it makes it so easy for me to look at something and put my thoughts in it. So I was hoping we could keep that.
Oh, I'm the same way, Commissioner. I'm a visual guy and I like to do things by marking up documents, obviously. But I will say, I represent 6 municipalities. And in terms of Open Meetings Act and just general sophistication of your your municipality is right up there. You all do things right, generally. You make some mistakes from time to time, or you have, like any other town or individual, you have some issues, but all in all, Upper Marlboro is a well-administered, well-governed town that abides by the Open Meetings Act. I don't see that as being a big problem. I'm not going to ask you right now to talk about any violations that you might have. I will say that I had a town recently that had a violation. They failed. I represent another town that went into a meeting some months ago, and I'll tell you a quick story. They went into closed session and they did not use the presiding officer's closing checklist and statement. They didn't prepare the statement. So they went into closed session, and then several months later, they still hadn't produced any meetings from the closed session or from the open session that was held contemporaneously with their closed session. They produced no meeting minutes. They didn't fill out the presiding officer's closing statement as required by law. and that got them some hot water. Who's your policing authority as a municipality? Who's your policing authority for violations of the Open Meetings Act? It's this body operated under the Office of the Attorney General of Maryland called the Open Meetings Compliance Board. If any member of the public or member of your governing body or government notices or feels there's a complaint that you have violated the Open Meetings Act, they can write to or contact the Open Meetings Compliance Board and lodge a complaint. And then there will be an answer filed by your chief legal official, me, and then a decision will be promulgated by the Open Meetings Compliance Board. And if they found you violated the act, they will publish their decision for the world to see on the OAG website. So it's a bit embarrassing. Do they have any teeth? No, not really. All they have the ability to do is slap your hand and tell you violated the law and require you to state in an open session that you did violate the law and give a fair summary of their opinion at the next open meeting. That is the penalty for violating the Open Meetings Act. Except when you're a commissioner, a member of a legislative body, if you violate the Open Meetings Act, you can be disciplined. I believe it's a criminal misdemeanor. I may be wrong. It's been years since I looked at it. It's either a civil violation or it's a criminal misdemeanor. And I believe you can be fined. So it must be a criminal misdemeanor if you violate the act. And whenever you go into closed session as a governing body and anyone on the legislative body of the town opposes the closure, you need to report that opposition to the Open Meetings Compliance Board the next day. Any questions on that? Sarah, I can't hear you. You're muted.
Sorry, you cut out there for a minute. So if any commissioner opposes it, that has to be reported, and you go in and then that has to be reported.
Yeah, you take the majority vote to close the meeting, that's fine. But if you have anyone that dissents or votes against closure, you're required under the act to report that the next day or in a reasonable time to the Open Meetings Compliance Board. All right, I want to talk let's see. The Open Meetings Act, it basically, the general rule is all your meetings have to be done in open, but there are some exceptions. I think there are 15 or 16 exceptions where you can close the meeting. One of the big exceptions is to close the meeting to seek legal counsel about a legal matter. Or another one is to discuss pending litigation. Or another one is to discuss a personnel matter involving a specific employee or official of the town. Those are bases for closing your meetings. But you have to follow the procedure in the Open Meetings Act to go into closed session to talk about those confidential matters. And there are 16 of them. You can view them in the act. And also I urge you to go ahead and get certified in the Academy for Excellence for Local Governments as a certified municipal official, and they'll have a whole class. They'll, a lot of time will be spent on both the Open Meetings Act, the Public Information Act. I think one of the core courses is the structure of government. And I think there's like 10 core classes and 5 electives to get your certification as a municipal official with the Academy for Excellence in Local Governments. Like I said, I'm a member of the faculty. And so you can get more training on this. And then the internet is full of information about all these topics I discuss with you. And go to the MML website. I was the first webmaster of MML back in 1996. I was appointed as a collateral duty, the webmaster of MML. So they have good electronic media. They have good information available. They have a research department. You can quite often you can save a few dollars by not talking to me. I have no problem with that. Call MML, call my successors and pose an inquiry with them. But the bottom line is where the rubber meets the road on a legal question. If it's very important and it could result in harm to someone or costly decision, you want to get legal advice from your town attorney, because let's face it, lay people at MML don't always get it right. So you want to be judicious in your use of research and legal advice. Go ahead.
There's also a course you can take on the Open Meetings Act that's on the Attorney General's website. through the University of Maryland, and you do receive a certificate after completing the course.
Yeah,
And-
you can go right online within an hour, have your certificate on the Open Meetings Act, or you can go to the Academy or MML's training for that and get your certification. Keep in mind, if no one on your governing body is trained and has a certificate, not only do you have to fill out the presiding officer's statement before you close session, but you also have to fill out a separate checklist if you don't have a certified trained individual who's an elected official. Now, I was certified a long time ago. Kyle was probably, John's been certified for, but if they're not going to cut it, it's got to be an elected official that has the credential in order to avoid using that checklist. Any questions?
And you have 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
On open meetings, I'm sorry, Kevin, while we're talking about it, we do have a quorum of the board now. We did not before. Commissioner Duckett joined. So I know you and I talked about how these go. So they should open the meeting now, or?
Well, if you haven't done already, yes, you need to. It doesn't need to be formal. Let me ask you a couple questions. Did you post an agenda for this meeting? At least 24 hours in advance? All right. Who would be the chairperson today?
Commissioner Franklin or Duckett?
right,
Commissioner
whoever wants
Franklin
to
was
be.
on the whole time.
Yeah,
Either
I would advise you to someone, whoever is going to take the reins here, to call the meeting to order. I don't think you need to do a pledge of allegiance or any of the other ceremonial things. Then we go right back to this training.
So just say, I call this meeting to order.
Yes, if you'd like to do a
We're
roll
done?
call, you can do that. Remember, I guess there are people here that are commissioners-elect and some that are commissioners, so
So we can have John do a roll call and then we can get back to it.
yes.
Roll call will be Commissioner Franklin,
Here.
Commissioner Duckett,
Here.
Commissioner-elect Karen Lott,
Here.
Commissioner-elect Thomas Hanchett,
Here.
Town Administrator Kyle Snyder,
Here.
Town Attorney Kevin Best,
Here.
Town Clerk John Hodson here.
Okay, thank you. So I think I'll finish up my discussion of the Open Meetings Act. We're starting to run out of time. I'm gonna be in a rush here on what I wanted to finish, but so be it. You know, I could, like I said, I could talk for hours. The Open Meetings Act also has a cousin statute called the Maryland Public Information Act. It basically puts sunshine and makes disclosable all the documents that are considered public records of the town. I urge you to bone up on that as well. If there are any questions, you know, the public has a right to ask for documents or records that are kept by the town or archived by the town or prepared by the town. And sometimes, though, there's sensitive information on those records. And there are certain disclosures that do not have to be made. They're laid out in the Public Information Act. Whenever you get in a dicey situation, you need some guidance on what to disclose and what not. For example, salaries, home addresses of the commissioners, where the employees live, police investigations, records, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All these public records. And then you can confer with the town attorney to get advice on whether you're going to disclose that information. You certainly don't want to disclose information and then 3 weeks later found out you made a mistake, because you may open yourself up to an invasion of privacy or a violation of the Open Meetings Act that could have some tortious elements to it. All right, any questions on that? Types of meetings and legislation. I think I talked about the different types of legislation, from the charter amendment all the way down to the ordinance and resolution, a simple motion. There are certain things, there's certain business you have to do by ordinance. Of course, if you're going to regulate human behavior, there's certain business you can do by a written resolution. There's certain things you can do by simple motion, Robert's Rules motion, which in itself is a type of resolution. A Robert's Rules oral motion is an oral resolution. A written resolution that's normally approved or disapproved or follow the procedure for its processing using the rules of procedure found in Robert's Rules, which you all have adopted as your rules for the conduct of meetings. The resolutions or business can be conducted using all those devices. But procedurally, most procedural questions are answered by way of a Robert's Rules motion, like a motion to dismiss. I'm sorry, a motion to adjourn, or a motion to adopt an ordinance, or any number of motions can be done. Some business you simply cannot conduct by a simple oral motion. You can't effectuate the adoption of something or piece of legislation, for example. But suffice it to say, I urge you to try not to get wrapped around the axle with Robert's Rules, not to become a guru of Robert's Rules. Let it slow you down or overly encumber you, because the book is that thick. But simply, try to be collegial and civil, and to use Robert's Rules. Make your decisions as a collegial body by passing, by adopting a motion, seconding it, and then after discussion, taking a vote. And if you have questions on how you're to conduct your meetings, you have rules for the conduct of meetings that were adopted some months and years ago and have been amended from time to time. You should, in addition to becoming familiar with your charter and your code of ordinances or your collection of ordinances, also read your rules for the conduct of town meetings and be familiar with those. There are different types of meetings. There's a regular meeting that's mandated by law, by charter, I mean. And then there are special meetings. So you have two classes of meetings, regular meetings and special meetings. A special meeting is anything that's not mandated by law, but you do it by policy or custom. For example, you may have a special type of special meeting called a workshop meeting, where you suspend the rules or you don't follow the rules and as closely as you would for a regular meeting, or there's some modification of them. And you meet informally, you roll up your sleeves and have informal discussion about some policy or matter at a workshop meeting. I understand you all have a monthly workshop meeting, and then you have a monthly regular meeting, typically in the town of Upper Marlboro. The regular meeting is probably the meeting where you want to pass legislation in its final form and do the second reader of it, because the process for adopting an ordinance under your charter requires two readings. You have to introduce the ordinance and then you pass it thereafter, a second reading. When I say reading, I mean you read the title into the record to give notice to the public that the ordinance is coming. And it doesn't mean you have to read every word for word of the entire document, just the title is a reader. You're required to have two readers. You have to have a separation of 6 days between the first reader and the second reader, and not to go past 60 days on the second reader. So there's a time constraint to how you adopt an ordinance. Typically, that's at a regular meeting. You have open and closed meetings. Remember, you have to go through a procedure to close your meetings. I talked about workshop meetings. We have these things called hearings. What's a hearing? A hearing is when you allow the public to speak, to come and opine on a topic. You normally give them a limited period of time, a minute, 2 minutes, or 3 minutes. They say their piece, and you move on. The next person gives their comments in the record. It's not an opportunity to have a back and forth question and answer session. No colloquy. It's just state your name for the record, where you live, and you got 2 minutes to speak. Next, and you move on down the line so you can get through the meeting quickly. You're not there to have a back and forth question and answer session. But you need to follow your rules for the conduct of meetings on when people and how they can speak at a public hearing. Now, your charter has a provision where you have to allow people to speak about a municipal matter, I think at every regular meeting or all meetings. I can't remember because it varies from town to town. You have to follow your charter. Your charter, if it mandates that people in your town have ability, by the way, it's residents. It's not someone out in Bowie gets to come to your town meeting and dominate the town and talk for 3 minutes. It's residents, people pay taxes, live in the town, get to speak. So your charter has a provision, I think, that allows people to speak about a municipal issue for a reasonable amount of time. And you can have reasonable rules that regulate how that happens. So, by the way, there are state statutes that mandate certain type of hearings to take place. For example, under state statute, before you amend your charter, you have to have a hearing on the charter amendment resolution. I talked about rules of conduct of meetings and Robert's rules. Are there any questions?
Kevin,
So, yes.
we can extend you to 11:15 if that works for you.
Well, that's the pleasure of the commissioners, but that would be helpful. I think I can get through this maybe before
Okay.
that time.
That'd be great.
All right, so we talked about structure, open meetings, types of meetings and legislation. And now we're going to talk about the fourth item I think I was asked to speak about, which is advice to the commission. So let me go ahead and do that. Here's my advice to you as newly elected officials. Do what you're required, do what you think is necessary for your constituents and the residents of the town in good faith and loyalty and in an ethical manner. A big part of what you do as commissioners is legislate. You're legislators, you make policies, but you're not necessarily technicians. You're not lawyers. You're not necessarily experts. You're generalists. So you need to rely on experts, you need to call in experts, you use your staff so that you can make reasonable decisions and pass reasonable policies. You yourself don't have to be a know-it-all and know everything or be an expert, but you should be an ethical person. I think that's the biggest trademark of an elected official or a military officer for that matter, or a member of Congress or the President of the United States is that individual ethical in the way they conduct business for the benefit of their constituents. Not only that, there's a law that requires you to follow the advice of experts. It's called fiduciary duties. If you breach your fiduciary duty, you can be held liable under the common law for a breach of fiduciary duty in making reasonable business decisions. So, I urge you also to go back, as I stated before, and read your public ethics ordinance. So make sure you comply with that. So you make sure you know what is in there that's defined as a conflict of interest, so you don't step in a pothole and make a mistake. Have fun, make a difference, bring sunshine into your government. Be financially responsible as a commissioner, and make sure that the public fist is being managed properly. As a legislator and legislative body, that's one of your biggest responsibilities, to control the government's expenditure of monies through the budget process. I think a big part of being a commissioner is to find out, or a council member is to find out what the problems are, what the difficulties are facing your residents. How can you help? How can you fix problems in your town or difficulties? Well, you do that by preparing ordinances and passing them to regulate human behavior. You do that by adopting internal policies or passing resolutions. And if necessary, to streamline your municipal government, you propose charter amendment resolutions to change your town's structure and the distribution of power in your government. You create offices, you create agencies, you create employees, your labor force, you train them to be responsive to and improve the health, safety, and welfare and the quality of life of your residents. For example, let's say you get a bunch of complaints in your neighborhood that there's no place to park on the public street. People have guests come over for Thanksgiving, there's no place to park their car. Well, what's the solution to it? There's really very little new under the sun, folks. I would recommend the solution would that be to pass a residential parking ordinance and require people that live in certain residential zones that are designated by the ordinance, let them only be the ones that use public parking spaces on the streets in those designated residential zones. But you got to do it carefully so you don't violate constitutional rights and the fundamental right of travel. There are sample ordinances, sample policies available all over the place because you're not alone as a local government. Now, if the answer is not in Maryland, the answer may be in another state to handle some problem that you want to address as an elected local municipal official. Any questions on that? Am I on the right track, or is this okay? Do you
You're
feel like I'm
definitely
being
on the right
responsive
track.
to your needs? All right. Just want a little feedback here.
Oh, yeah, this is super helpful for me. Thank you.
I want to warn you, I have some towns that it's not the case. I hope, in my humble advice, that, and by the way, is it my role to give advice? Yes. Not only do I give legal advice, but my job as a counselor at law is to simply counsel my client. Who's my client? My client's the town commission. How do I know the will of my client? Majority vote is how I know the will of my client. The attorney-client privilege that I, under the rules of conduct that I have to adhere to as a licensed attorney, require me to be responsive in this government organization to the majority rule. That's how I know that's where I get my marching orders. That's how I know that I'm being responsive to the people of the town of Upper Marlboro. Am I comporting with the needs and requirements of a majority of the governing body? And since you do have a fairly strong mayor or president, when that individual is operating as CEO, that individual is also my client. So the Board of Election Supervisors can be my client as well, or any board or commission that I would give legal advice to. But I also have a duty to just be a counselor and to give counsel. I do not like to get involved, although I will if I'm asked, in political questions. There are many issues that involve your municipality, and you're much more insulated as a municipality on the local level than the state or the federal government and some of the federal issues, some of the hot issues that are facing this country at this time. I prefer not to get involved in political issues. I'd rather ask a legal question because, quite frankly, you're the politicians. You can settle the political issues amongst yourself. I just want to make sure you do it legally sufficiently as a legal professional. So I will typically, if asked a question, I'll qualify it with whether I think it's a political question or a legal question. You have far more discretion with political questions than I would say you have with legal questions. But I'm like a doctor, I'm like a medical doctor. If I give you advice to quit smoking and you say, oh, the hell with the town medical officer, I'm gonna keep smoking. Well, you end up in a grave 6 months ago. That's the way it goes. You're responsible for your own actions. Same with being a lawyer. I have no authority to command your troops, so to speak, to give orders to your employees, to give orders to you. I simply dispense legal advice, and you take it or leave it. But if you leave it and you make a mistake, you can be held responsible for violating your fiduciary duty. That is not to say that you do not enjoy immunities as an elected official. You do. If someone tried to sue you tomorrow after you're installed as commissioner for your role as a commissioner, you will be indemnified and defended by the town. Your legal costs will be paid for as long as you do not deviate and go beyond your office and duties. As long as you act within the scope of your duties, you will be defended in court for your decisions act. By the way, there's this thing called legislative immunity. When you meet in a town meeting, you cannot be held liable for defamation. If you make a comment during a town meeting, you are protected. You have an immunity from litigation, from suit. But you have to be in a public meeting. If you go out and meet with less than a quorum, that's not a public meeting. And you defame someone, you can be held liable under the tort known as defamation. Legislative immunity only blankets you during a town meeting as an elected official. Let me talk about county municipal relations. In the eyes of the state government, remember the county and the municipalities were created by the state legislature and the state constitution. Municipal corporations are equal level local governments to the county government. Yes, the counties are huge as governments, the number of employees, the number of resources. So it's like really kind of the analogy, and forgive me for using this analogy, the municipalities in Maryland are the redheaded stepchildren. All right, the brothers and sisters are the county governments. But under home rule and under the Constitution of Maryland, they're both creatures of the state. It's just the counties have more power and authority typically. They have more resources. And whenever there's a conflict of law, if the state has delegated power and authority to pass ordinances and laws to the county, and also gives that same power and authority to the municipalities. If the municipalities choose to exercise that authority, it pushes out or supersedes the county law. So that shows you an example of why municipalities are co-equal in Maryland. And I realize you're the county seat. But please do not kowtow to the county government. You're equals. Yes, you have to respect the county government and give them their due deference because they are the county government. But enough said about that. Any questions on that? County municipal relations. You know, the prime example is a few years ago, half the parking meters on public roadways in the town were administered and managed by the county and half by the town. Well, I did some research into state law and advised the mayor at the time that that's a violation of state law. The town, if it wished to do so, could take control over all parking meters in the town. And after a little bit of litigation, the town prevailed on that question, now has control over all the parking meters in the town. Hopefully, at one point, that was going to bring in, it's going to be a substantial revenue maker for the town. But I know COVID had a major impact on that. But that's an example of county municipal relations. And I could go into much more detail on the case, the landmark case in county municipal relations called Tilly Frank, but I won't do that right now. Emergency powers. You all have a civil emergency powers ordinance. What does that mean essentially? Basically what it means is in a civil emergency, certain powers that normally would be vested in the commission now reside only in the president. So in an emergency, the president can act like a mini commission and make certain laws and regulations dealing with the emergency without conferring with or getting the consent of the full commission. So that's what your emergency powers ordinance is. It's like the government state. The governor was able to make a lot of law during the COVID-19 emergency without the approval of the General Assembly. Why? Because of his emergency powers in the public safety article in the Annotated Code of Maryland. Talk about legislative immunity, liability if you act within the scope of your employment. Talk about the role of the town attorney, who the gatekeeper is. It's normally Kyle or the president in dealing with me. I said I was the advisor to the boards and commissions in addition to the granddaddy board of the town, the board of commissioners. I talked about the role of LEGIT, the local government insurance trust. I asked you to let me review all ordinances and major resolutions and major contracts for legal sufficiency. Don't pass them without having them looked at for legal sufficiency by your legal counsel. Is it your prerogative to do so? Yes. Is it good practice? No. Let me talk about your role as if you're a commissioner and you're not the president. You're not in the chain of command of your labor force, your employees. You cannot give orders and commands to the employees. The only one can do that is the president, the mayor. The chain of command runs from the employee up to the department head, through the town administrator, and sometimes through the clerk and then up to the president. So operational day-to-day orders come from the president. You as a commissioner have no authority to give orders. If you want to give orders, you got to get together in a meeting and get the consensus of majority to pass a policy or order to have some influence over the workforce as a single commissioner. Is there any question on that?
Kevin, that's established by the charter, yes?
Essentially, yeah. It says the charter says that the president / mayor is the CEO, and it has other provisions to talk about in addition to faithfully enforcing the laws, and it talks about appointments and things like that, and who serves at the pleasure of whom. Do you have to get consent as the president from the commission before you fire someone? That sort of thing.
That structure could be something that's changed when we address the structure of government.
Yeah, that's a legal question. It has some political ramifications, but it's certainly within your bailiwick as leaders of the town, elected officials, to change the charter. Give you an example. I had a town where all the employees and department heads, even the subordinate employees and department heads, were hired and fired solely by the mayor. Well, every 2 years, the town was electing a new mayor, and every 2 years, the entire workforce was being fired. So you can imagine the brain drain, the disruption to the corporate knowledge of the municipality. Every 2 years, a new mayor comes in and fires everyone, and then hires all new employees. Extremely detrimental. So the charter was changed to make it so essentially the mayor could fire no one without the consent of the governing body. The mayor could hire no one except part-time employees without the consent of the governing body. And that really changed the complexion of the town over a series of time. How are we doing with time, John?
You are currently at 11:12.
All right, well, the last thing I want to talk about is the litigation situation in the town. Where do we stand with litigation? The only lawsuit or legal matter that I know about right now facing the town is the matter of the town of Upper Marlboro versus the county council. I was asked 2.5 years ago, 2 years ago, to challenge the county council sitting as the district council's decision to minorly amend the historic sites and district plan, where they took the protections or the historical designators off of the Academy Hill property. So I went before the circuit court. We oraled on a petition for judicial review of that decision, and the town lost. Then we appealed it and went before the Court of Special Appeals. We lost that too. Now the matter is before the highest court in the state, what some states call the Supreme Court of the state, in Maryland called the Court of Special Appeals, on a petition for writ of certiorari. Well, that's a Latin word for request review by the high court. You don't have an appeal of right at this level. You've exhausted your appeal of right. So you have to request the leave of the high court for it to hear your matter. And only about 15 or 20% of cases that rise to this level get reviewed by this high court. If they grant your petition for writ of certiorari, in this case, then we'll file a brief, followed by a brief filed by the county, followed by a brief filed by the town, and then it'll be set in for oral argument before the 7 robes, the red robes of the judges that sit on this high court. I've appeared before the high court before and won. I don't want to go into a lot of detail about this particular litigation matter in terms of strategy or whether we're going to win or not, and all the details. Be happy to field any questions you have as long as they're in the public record. But because a couple of you are not installed in office yet, you haven't been sworn in, and the appropriate day hasn't passed for you to occupy your seat, I have attorney-client privilege only with the commissioners. And since we have a mixed bag here, I have to be careful what I say. And so that's about it on the litigation matter. Suffice to say, with the highest level, waiting for a response, and we'll see what happens. If this governing body, with its new complexion, with the new membership in a few weeks, when you get installed in office, decide you want to yank the plug on this litigation at this level, that's your prerogative. But I think we have a good, solid case. I think an error was committed by the county when they failed to state the purposes for their amendment, as they were required to do by their own ordinances when they promulgated County Resolution 72-2019 in July of 2019. When they failed to do that, they violated their own law. So that's the issue in this case, and that's in the public record. And we're just simply trying to hold them accountable. And also maybe forego their ability to do something on this property that you may not like as a town. It's a very highly sensitive property. It's got national historic significance. And so, we could go in further if you like, if you want to have a conversation with me, if you'd like a briefing paper on me, so you can make a better decision how you're going to proceed in the next couple of weeks with this case. But I foresee that the request for petition for writ of certiorari will be ruled upon within the next month. And we'll have an answer. If they say no, they don't accept it, it's done. No right of appeal. If they do accept it, because it's so rare or the percentage is so low, I would urge you to go ahead with the litigation because we're almost to the end. We're almost at the finish line, so to speak, on exhausting your ability to appeal this matter. So I've already gone over time. We talked about the litigation. We've talked about these other matters. And I do apologize if I feel like I've jumped around or confused you. I just found out about this meeting earlier this week, and we try to cover a lot of ground, and I want to give you as much information as possible, but I do apologize if it seemed a little disjointed. But if you ever want to send me an email or call me, or hopefully you do that in accordance with your own policy and use the gatekeepers I talked about. If you can, you're free to get more information. One thing you don't want to do as a commissioner is take a back seat and allow someone else to usurp your authority and don't do your job. If you need information, reach out and ask for it. And I'm one of the information givers for the town, I'd like to think, as the town attorney. And I do thank you for the privilege and honor to continue to serve. John?
Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. Any questions, final questions for Kevin while we have him?
No, but thank you, Kevin. This is really helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right,
Thank
I'll take
you.
my leave. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, everybody, we are going to take a 15-minute break. Go get yourself a Kit Kat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Huh? Yes, they left. Once she had something to do, she had to rush to do something real quick. They left, they both left here. Come on and go with me. Ugh.
All right, well, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nice restful little break. Does anyone have any questions before we dive into the next section of the orientation? Any questions? All right, well, now I will turn it over to Kyle, who's going to go over the project tracker review with you, all of you.
Hello, everyone. So I'm just going to quickly go over some of the projects the town has in the makings real quick to bring you guys up to speed. Feel free to ask any questions on any of these, and let me know if you have any questions on any future projects or if we're thinking about doing stuff. And then, of course, for the current commissioners, if I miss anything, feel free to call me out and I'll cover it as well. So one of the big things we're working on is trying to develop a partnership with Park and Planning, or Maryland National Capital Park and Planning, the Capital Trail Coalition, and the Rails to Trails Conservatory. We're trying to bring some of these planned trails and some trails we'd like to see, connector trails, into the town of Upper Marlboro. Two of the big ones is the Western Branch Trail and the Chesapeake Beach Railroad Trail. The Chesapeake Beach Railroad Trail would obviously be over near Town Hall, near the playground. That's where the old railroad ran from Sea Pleasant, Maryland, all the way to Chesapeake Beach in Maryland. So we're hoping the county has a trail planned. It's just a matter of implementation, and hopefully we can get them to at least do the sections within the town that we can push, and then just work to connect it with some existing trails of that system. And hopefully we can, 5-10 years from now, you can bike from pretty much the DC line out to Upper Marlboro. So we have that trail. We have another trail working with the Marlboro Town HOA. Commissioner Franklin testified with Park and Planning. The Marlboro Town HOA back there on Marlboro Drive is right up against the schoolhouse pond. And we're asking them to put up pretty much a half-mile path to connect the existing sidewalk infrastructure at Marlboro Town so that they can walk and gain access to that backside of the schoolhouse pond. So benefit not just them, but pretty much that whole side of town can kind of use that means to even access the downtown Upper Marlboro area without having to travel along a roadway the whole time. So we're hoping that Park and Planning will kind of use that in their budget because it's already pretty much existing. They just need asphalt in place there. And then we have the Western Branch Trail on the east end of town to pretty much follow the river that cuts through town and connect that to possibly the Beach Tree community or further north that way up 202, a trail coming down that section. Then we're looking at another trail near the Upper Marlboro Community Center. Because right now, I don't know if you guys know, the community center is kind of a ways out. We're trying to connect the community center and kind of that area to the downtown with more pedestrian friendly means. So you don't have to walk all the way through the equestrian center and around to get there. So working with Park and Planning on some of those trails and to get them up and running. The smaller trails may come into place quicker than the other trails. But I think we're making progress. I like to think we are. New playground construct, or any question on trails? New playground. So that is coming up. Phase 1 of the playground is coming up. As you may be aware, the town was awarded so far nearly $500,000 in funding from the state to build phase 1 and phase 2 at the town playground. The playground is in a current vacant lot adjacent to Town Hall. It's also connected to the Sasser recreation fields behind the Board of Education. There's no playgrounds. There's no public playgrounds currently within the town limits, which is crazy. Not sure why. There's some at the community center. There's Marlboro Town has their own, but it's technically not public. So it's a long needed thing. So because it's at the site of the old railroad station, it's railroad themed. It's got some throwbacks to that. So phase 1 and 2 are pretty much play structures. Phase 1 that you see going up is geared toward ages 5 to 12, and it's a train station. And then phase 2 that we look to hope to start possibly later this spring, once we get all the designs figured out and the permitting figured out, we hope to start that in the spring. That'll be a 2 to 5 year old PlayStation. So it's for the smaller kids. That way we have a wide range of play equipment there. And then phase 3 is the splash pad that we're working on. We currently have, so we have state grants awarded for phase 1 and 2, the train station and the train theme. We have submitted an application to the state to fund the splash pad. We will hear back from them in June. We're also asking, we asked for 200,000 for that. It's, but we're also asking the state to give us some money besides the playground grant that we applied for some additional funding to either offset the town's matching grant for the cost of the splash pad, or to even build a bigger splash pad, because it looks like just after we put some stuff on social media, generated a lot of interest. So we're kind of thinking the splash pad may need to be a little bit bigger. To accommodate. So we're looking at about $400,000 for a splash pad that we're looking for. So if we can get 200 from the state, parks and playground, and then 200 from a separate category, that'll go a long way. The town won't have to put as much in. I think, any questions on playground project?
Yeah, I have one question, Kyle. Thank you.
Sure.
For the presentation. What about, what did you say was the install time for children below 5?
Sure. So we technically, the board, we're working through the final design for that and the permitting process. So pretty much we've kind of put some things off in phase 1 that the county wanted us to permit or to do to get the permit to phase 2, because they want us to make improvements to Old Crane Highway, the road itself, which I think is doable. May not to be the scope that they want us to do it at, but we could probably have some compromises there. So maybe we're trying to figure out the budget for that. I'm hoping that we can get that contract signed and get that process moving forward in the spring, by early spring, to get that started and possibly have construction start in the spring and clear it all up by midsummer. Phase 1 and 2 is open and we can just focus on the splash pad. But that time frame still up in the air. I'm waiting on some stuff back from the playground company. They're waiting on the engineering firm because we're going to try and ask the county council to waive some of the requirements, because they're pretty much categorizing us if we're building a 10-story high rise or if we build a playground, the same type of permitting requirements apply to that site. But because we're building a low impact playground, we're hoping they can waive some of those, and we may have to go to the county council. So a lot of it's up in the air. We hope to finalize it here the next month or two and get a good game plan. Hopefully by January, February, if that answers your questions. I wish I had a more definite answer, but a lot of it is in the air.
I was curious. That was some clarity when you talked about how they're selecting or how they're thinking about categorizing us with the structure, size, and all that. So I think, I don't know, just having that information is good to know. So thanks.
Yeah, so that's one of the reasons we want to have the groundbreaking as well, to bring the county council members out, because if we do have to ask them, because the county council will be the ones to make a quick resolution to waive some of these things on the project. So that's why we wanted to have the groundbreaking, have them out and see and kind of see the project firsthand. And it's not just a plan on a paper. So that was another reason for the groundbreaking as well. Any more questions on the playground?
What is the Con Memorial?
Sure. Oh, the Con Memorial. That is so the town owns that piece of property. It's that big white brick sign going out toward 202 that says Upper Marlboro.
Kyle, I just wanted to add a comment on the playground construction. You probably know where I'm going with this based on your email the other day. But there have been some issues with beautiful playgrounds, but there are some diversity, equity, and inclusion issues with what they're providing us with. There's they're kind of just putting stuff in and they're not thinking about what they're looking at. So we have one issue where there's a picture that is being installed and it's a picture that includes like enslaved people working in the fields. So we are either going to remove that whole panel if we can, or put a sticker over it. You may see that going up. There were some issues with like the markup from the splash pad because it was a whole bunch of white kids and like one black kid running on the splash pad. So I just want everyone to know that those issues are there and like we all need to be keeping an eye out for them as stuff comes in for the playgrounds. And we'll hear feedback from the public on that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a project that spanned over a couple different boards and a couple of different mayors. So when it first got started, it kind of goes handled a bit differently than possibly the way it should have. So we're trying to pretty much bring it in line, but follow the contracts that were signed at the time. So phase 2 is pretty much a blank slate to work for, because we don't have a contract approved for that. But yeah, just some minor edits to phase 1 that they're building now, and get those items corrected before we open in the spring. But the structure itself should be done for phase 1 here in the next couple of weeks. They had a couple nice days, so they were able to do the pour in place rubber surfacing, but it's the rest of it, the landscaping and whatnot that we still have to do to open the trail, the connector path to connect it to the Sasser Fields before we can fully open it. So we'll be talking about that quite a lot over the next couple of months. Next up, town financial policies. So pretty much just for better governance and better regulation, internal controls. The town's never really had any financial policies of who does what. It's kind of been best practices, and it's kind of changed over the time. So Will Morgan, our director of finance, has worked with the auditing firm, our audit firm, and our accounting firm and staff to develop a set of town financial policies. Draft 2 is included in the work session packet that was sent out. So we're hoping to get those. We're talking about them Tuesday, draft 2, see if there's any edits. Kevin Best has them now, just to make sure they jive with our charter amendments or our charter and existing ordinances. But we're hoping to get that approved here in December, if not January, to give the new commissioners some time to review them as well. Because it would, next up for approval would be at the December town meeting, and that would be the new board's first meeting. So we'll see how that plays out. But behind that financial policy, there's going to be some other administrative policies, most likely, like a vehicle use policy and a training policy and like a electronic policy. And there's some other good practice policies that are coming behind that have always been kind of used, but not formally put in place that people could reference. So that's something we're working on. I miss anything on the policies, commissioners? Moving on to automated speed enforcement. This is a big one. It's also been in the works for some time that we've just recently moved forward on. So the town has a issue with speeding along a lot of its roadways, mainly the state highways and Old Crane Highway, 725 and Old Crane Highway, which are residential zones. It's 25 miles per hour. The average speed is 35 miles per hour. So that goes to show most people, a vast majority of people are going way over that 25 mile per hour speed limit. So we've had a lot of complaints from the residents who live along those roads or who live on Rectory and they can't get out onto 725 because people are speeding around the curve. And there's been a good amount of crashes as well. They've crashed in Union United Church. So of course the town police can only do so much, but that's why the town is looking into the camera and automated traffic enforcement program. Before October 1st, the only place they could be were in school zones. Of course, there's no schools within the town limits. So the town petitioned the state and the state passed a state law so that we could place them in residential areas as long as the speed limit was under 35 miles per hour. So with this new law in place, the towns selected a speed vendor. We went with Conduit is our speed vendor. You hear their name. The board approved the contract. It was signed. And then Chief and I have an implementation meeting with them next Tuesday to start the process of getting stuff moving. And they were chosen because they've had this Maryland State Highway contract for over 10 years. And they also have the Prince George's County contract, and they have a bunch of other large municipal contracts. So the main thing was that they had the state highway contract, and we were going to be putting cameras on state roadways so they know who to contact, who to work with. So that was a big choice in choosing them.
How many cameras are we talking about?
So we're talking right now about 2 speed cameras initially, one on Old Crane Highway and then one on 725 about where that electronic speed sign is. And we may put a third up, it all depends. And then also a couple, about 6 to 8 red light cameras. Most of those cameras are going to be going into the newly annexed area, phase 2, especially the 202-725 intersection. because that's going to come into town, and we've had a large amount of vehicles striking the buildings and running traffic lights, and that's a dangerous intersection. So we wanted to put some measures in place before we annex it in. So we're solving a solution off the bat for that. So we're looking at 2 speed cameras up front and then a couple red light cameras. So to do that, the board's looking actually Tuesday as well at a speed camera ordinance. We have an existing speed camera ordinance. We weren't able to use it because we didn't have school zones. So now we're amending it to include this new state residential roadways law. So once we put that into effect, I think the board's going to introduce it Tuesday night possibly and vote on it as early as December. We'll talk about the timeline Tuesday. But once that's in place, it'll allow us to pass some resolutions on the different. So for each camera, we have to have a resolution. So that way we can't just move cameras around. It needs board approval to have a camera zone. So we'll have a resolution that authorizes like Old Crane Highway, 725, and a bunch of red light cameras, and maybe some other locations as well, and possibly move cameras around as needed. But that's the plan moving forward. So we'll see speed cameras here in the next 4 months.
Thank you.
Any questions? No problem. Any questions on speed cameras? That's going to be an evolving project, but. All right, moving on to murals. This is an arts council, town arts council thing moving forward. So pretty much, I think the next step is they have to select some artists. They haven't had a chance to discuss which artists they want to choose based off the survey results. But the town got a grant for planning, so we were able to select 2 artists. And once those artists are selected, the town will then work with the arts council to apply for a full grant to cover the entirety of actually painting the mural. So we'll see up to 2 murals off the bat, hopefully in the spring of 2022 into summer, and then we'll go forward from there, adding some more murals. We already talked to some other property owners who'd love to see some art on the side of their building. So these 2 are kind of be the cascading effect, and hopefully we'll really beautify downtown and go with that economic development as well. Main Street Maryland affiliate. So we were just, any questions on murals or public art? Okay. Main Street Maryland affiliate, one of the moving forward for revitalizing the downtown area. The state Department of Housing and Urban Development has a Main Street Maryland program that has some funding. It has trainings for these small main streets in Maryland and municipalities. And there's only 2 main streets in Prince George's County, one in Laurel and one here in Upper Marlboro. So Laurel is already a Main Street community. So we would like to become a Main Street Maryland community, but we do not hit the population threshold of 1,000. We have to have at least 1,000 people to become a full Main Street Maryland community. So that's why we applied and were awarded the affiliate position. So we don't have all the benefits, but we're starting to get there. We did try to work with them. We were like, hey, look, we have a courthouse. It sees 1.2 million people a year. Does that count for anything? And they didn't really take it. So hopefully through annexation, some of the developments, once we get our population to 1,000, which will probably take a year or 2, we'll apply for that full status. But at least it gets our leg in the door and starts with that economic development that we see and how to really kind of create that downtown Upper Marlboro community development feel that we want to have. Tax differential rate. We talked about this a little bit with the tax rates earlier, but so the town was just we submitted and we were granted, we got our rates back from the county, which increased the amount that the residents will benefit. They won't have to pay as much town taxes. So that's great. So that project's closed until next year. Common Memorial beautification, it kind of goes along with our Main Street beautification. So the town owns an acre lot down near that brick sign, the Common Memorial. It's kind of gotten overgrown with vegetation and stuff, and the brick needs power wash. So the board set aside some funding for beautification and landscaping for it. Darnell Bond, our public works director, and myself met with a couple landscapers, but now winter set in. So we're looking to push that project to the spring so that first thing in the spring, we'll have a very attractive entrance coming in, and that'll help hopefully tie the downtown to the new sections of Upper Marlboro that we annex in. Any questions on that or the tax differential rate? Church Street parking lot and the pocket park. So these are together because in 2019, we were awarded a state bond bill from the state for $175,000 for two projects. One was purchasing the land for this downtown urban pocket park at a vacant lot on Main Street. And two was to resurface our existing Church Street lot, which is the gravel lot behind the Bank of America. It's gravel. It doesn't really get used a lot because people, I mean, they come to court in heels or dress shoes. They don't really want to park in a gravel lot. So we were going to pave that and kind of make it a green parking lot. We put a contest out for the residents. So hopefully we'll see some rain gardens, LED lighting, solar, permeable pavements and stuff. We'll probably move forward with that here in the spring or the next budget cycle. But for now, the one that's moving is the purchase of the pocket park. So we have $20,000 set aside for the pocket park out of the grant. We worked with Kevin Best, and he brought on another legal expert, a land use expert. He talked about bringing another legal expert. So he brought in a land use expert. They worked with the property owner who can't build on the land. It's unbuildable. So that's why it's been just a grass lot. So they accepted our offer of $20,000. We're going to pay the closing costs. And in Tuesday's packet, you'll see probably like 100 pages of that is the contract to purchase the land. So pretty much the town has to pass an ordinance and it's got a bunch of attachments to purchase the land. So the board's going to vote on that on Tuesday. We normally don't vote on work sessions, but we talked about it at the town meeting to give everyone a heads up. And the town's really not expanding a lot of town tax funds because it's grant funded, which is another reason. And it's also time sensitive to get that moving forward. So hopefully Tuesday we'll get that approved, all the contracts done, and by December the land will be turned over to us and we can start applying for grants and planning stuff and see what we want to do with that park. But that'll be a great urban space downtown because there's not a whole lot of park or sitting areas downtown. So that could be a great opportunity for the town. Any questions on either of those? Annexation moving in. So we have the next item for phase 2 and 3 annexation is a public hearing on November 30th in which the sitting board will hear public testimony. It's been advertised in a newspaper. We sent notices out to the county agencies, the state, park and planning, put in the newspaper, advertised on the website. So it's all out there. People have the opportunity to weigh in the Tuesday after on the 30th. And on that same meeting, the board will have the choice to approve the annexation or deny it. If they vote to move forward with annexation, there's a 40 to 50 day waiting period. But by mid-January of 2022, the town would have doubled in size and going from there. So that's pretty exciting. So just working with department heads to make sure we're staffed up to service that area up front. We're only bringing in about 10 houses. So that's only 10 more houses that we have to pick up trash and recycling at. We're not bringing in any town-owned roads. Like I talked about earlier, they're all county or state roads. We actually have to ask the county and state to give those roads over to us if they even want to. So there's not a huge lift for public works. We will assist with plowing and sold operations, but we're not the only jurisdiction doing it. The biggest lift will probably be the police department being able to put patrol services over in that commercial area. So that's over exciting. And then we'll see the tax benefit of that next fall. Because right now, even though once it's brought into town, they're not going to be taxed now because they were not in town during the last tax season. So we'll see the benefits of that tax and be able to add more services in fall or in the next budget cycle in July. Any questions on annexation? I know we're doing a lot of big things at once. Okay. Water Street parking garage, that's another concept for downtown revitalization. One of the big issues, there's no parking. And we also have a concern where the state will be replacing the Water Street Bridge here in either 2022 or 2023. And they will completely cut the downtown off from this overflow parking at the Showplace Arena, which will cause some confusion. So we were looking at different options to boost parking downtown, both during the courthouse hours and then sustain a actually active downtown area afterwards. And so businesses can grow and they can have parking spots assigned to the shop owners and stuff like that and their visitors. So we're working with the County Revenue Authority. We can build a parking garage at the Water Street lot, which is across from the 7-Eleven. And create that into a parking garage with possibly some retail on the bottom floor to add retail space and parking space. So that's an ongoing thing. We'll probably, there hasn't been too much movement. We'll probably revisit that after the holiday season. And once the new board kind of gets established, we'll start those talks as well, and gearing up for the county and the town fiscal season. Marlboro, any questions on the garage? The Marlboro Town HOA MOU. So we are, the town's working with Marlboro Town HOA to create a updated memorandum of understanding with the HOA on what services and how the town pretty much interacts, or what's the town responsibilities, what's the HOA responsibilities, and how we can support them. It is replacing a document from 1984 that's, I think, like 10 sentences long, and is already outdated because it only lists us a couple things, and we do way more than that. So that is in the work session packet that was sent out. I think it's got Kevin's comment notes on there. And I know Commissioner Franklin gave some input as well that we'll be discussing. And if the board wishes, that could get, it's going to get discussed. The second draft's getting discussed Tuesday, and it could be approved as early as the December town meeting. And that's kind of going to build off. So that's the basic MOU. We may also add in some other items such as the taking over some of their roadways and converting them from HOA to town owned because they service town residents and whatnot. It's the trail and some parks. So there'll be some add-on agreements later down the road, but that's kind of the establishing document. I know the HOA is really excited. It'll be really good to get that going, especially as we annex, when we have a platform of how we kind of engage with HOAs in the future. But this is actually pretty unique. I know Kevin Best said there's a lot of municipalities don't have HOAs within them. I think Bowie and Laurel have HOA in Greenbelt, but a lot of them, the HOAs are established kind of in a county area to create more services for those residents. So it's kind of interesting that we have them, and it's just best practices working with them. So this could be another case study for us, I think. Moving forward, any questions on the MOU? Did I miss anything, commissioners?
This is, I guess, maybe, but has Marlboro Town gotten back to us with their comments yet?
Not that I've heard. I sent them to them, but I haven't heard any comments back from them. So I guess that's a good thing. Okay. I can double check with them and make sure.
Just if they come back, could you send them to all of us? Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, yep. And I did reach out to them to see if, because I know they were working with some electricians and stuff on the street lights. So I reached out to see if they had any quotes that we could prepare, because part of the agreement is right now the town pays for the electricity of the street lights, not the maintenance of them. So I just reached out to see if they had any quotes on any of the roads or stuff. And they're working to get back to us. So, I mean, it's not necessary, it's just useful. So we can kind of plan for budget season while they've gotten these quotes. We can kind of expect for this, but we'll make it work. Electric vehicle charging stations, this is a big thing Chief has been working on, and John's actually working on with Pepco. We have an electric vehicle at town hall. It's our code officer vehicle that was purchased with a grant from the state. So they covered $10,000. We put up $10,000 and we bought this new car. It's great, except we don't have a charging station for it. We have to plug it into the wall. There's like one outdoor outlet at town hall that we have to like kick people out to plug the car in. And so we're putting charging stations in for both that car, future electric vehicles of the town, and then any visitors or anything coming in. So we got a grant with the state, and Chief found a firm and they installed the charging station. Is the electric hooked up, Chief? I know Chief just joined us. I wasn't here on Thursday when they were here.
So they were out there this morning. Oh, good morning, afternoon. I can't see what it is.
Hi, Chief.
Hi. I am not in a position. I mean, you'll see, like, I'm sitting in my car, so that's not appropriate. They came out this morning, but they said they have to come back Monday, I think, or Tuesday to actually wire it in. But they ran the wire, so everything is done. It just has to be put into the box. They need an extra breaker or something they didn't have, so they'll be back Monday.
Thanks, Chief. then we'll have 2 charging stations at Town Hall. That's great. And we're hopefully gonna, I know John's working with Pepco. Pepco has a program. Hopefully we can get them at the Church Street lot and then get them at some meters downtown so that courthouse visitors can use them. Because right now there's only, I think, 4 at the Equestrian Center, and I've never seen anyone use them before because they're kind of out of the way. So we're hoping to put them where people will actually use them. And go from there.
Kyle, can I just, because so they're in the commissioner parking spots. So I think we'll have to think about whether we need designated parking spots or not. Because those signs will have to move if we need them, or maybe we don't really need dedicated parking and we can create more parking at Town Hall. So I just wanted to add that.
Yes, parking's a premium at Town Hall, especially with all the contractors these days. I don't know, I've had to park at the
walking distance.
Yes, yeah, Tom's is walking distance, so.
I don't need my spot.
So that's something we'll definitely bring. We can work with Chief and Darnell and figure out the board how we want to do that. If, reserve town or staff vehicle, I don't know. So that's something we'll have to talk about, but that is a good option to have if they're not reserved. All right, well, I got a couple more, John, real quick that aren't on the chart. Another big one is the roads, the condition of the roads in town. The town hasn't done a great job of maintaining its road infrastructure over the past couple decades. The last road improvement project, or last 2, was Marlboro Drive in 2011, and then Elm Street in 2017. But there's some issues with a lot of the town roads. There's no sidewalks, there's no curb and gutter, there's stormwater issues, roads are cracking, Spring Branch has grass growing up in the middle of it. So we were able to convince and plead with our state delegates. They gave us a $450,000 grant for roads, with 40,000-ish of that going into the engineering of the roads, because we got to have plans in place. We don't have the luxury like a lot of the municipalities do, where their roads are already engineered. They got curb and gutter and sidewalks, and every 20 years they're just resurfacing the road. They're just milling it down and putting new asphalt. That's not the case for us. A lot of our roads need completely re-engineered for stormwater, pedestrian, safety with speed bumps and stuff. So that's, we put out an RFP for engineering firms, and we got 3 submissions back. They're in the work session packet. We're going to review them briefly on Tuesday. Myself and Darnell Bond will have to sit down and actually vet them because they were just due yesterday. So I was throwing those in the packet yesterday, last minute. But we wanted to at least get it before the board. So that discussion will probably happen next up more in detail at the December work session. And hopefully by January town meeting, we're selecting one of these firms to begin the designs over the winter months, and then we can start construction in the spring. But they were tasked with a couple different items. One was a priority. We identified a couple roads as priorities. School in Wilson Lane, because it's heavily used by the Board of Education. We have flooding issues that happen both on School Lane and Rectory as a result of no stormwater management. We have pedestrian issues and just general road surface crumbling issues. So it's School in Wilson Lane, Old Mill Road, and Spring Branch Drive were kind of with the 3 main ones we put up. So they're going to give construction drawings for those 3 roads to move forward put out for bid for construction. But they're also going to be doing surveying on all the other town streets in Marlboro town to give us basic cost estimates and a replacement timeline. So that way, next fiscal year, we're looking and we can start budgeting in the next couple of years. All right, well, we're going to replace Rectory next year with sidewalks. This is about how much we cost. And because staff has no way of estimating that. We need a professional engineering firm to do that.
You know, side of the street.
I'm sorry?
Do you know what side of Rectory Lane? I'm just curious.
What, for sidewalks or anything?
Yeah.
That would be something that we have to work with Rectory Lane. Do you guys want sidewalks? Do you not want sidewalks? What side of the road? Parking on the road, curb and gutter. So that's going to be a whole conversation we'll have to have, especially with Rectory. So that's, at least in the meantime, they'll give us a basic cost estimate and we can budget and then start those discussions. And possibly even re-engage that same engineering firm to come out and actually do, if we like what they did for these 3 roads, we'll bring them back out. The board has the option to bring them back out and actually use them for these other future roads. but that's a huge project in itself, road replacement schedule. Because we got to make sure as we annex and grow and add new roads, we got to make sure we're not leaving our old roads behind at the same time. So, and then as we're bringing in new roads, we have some plans in to come in and improve it. Because I know Valley Lane is a road that we're hoping to bring in. We can't provide all the services to Valley Lane because we can't get a trash truck back there. So in the next couple of years, once the county gives this to us, we can re-engineer that roadway so we can get a trash truck or even a fire truck or anything like that back there. So
Then the creek behind my house will have less trash in it.
that would be a plus, yes. Goodness. So that's road. Any questions on roads? Talked about annexation. We talked about policies, GARE and equality. And one of the things the town submitted an application to GARE, Government Alliance of Racial Equality. Did I get that acronym right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So it's a firm, and Commissioner Franklin may be able to speak this better, but they can pretty much help us make sure we're being as equitable as possible and just moving forward. And they seem to be a huge resource, and it's not a huge cost to the town. I think it's only $1,000. So I sat through their seminar. We submitted an application, and we should hear back in the next couple of weeks. And that'll probably be another project that the current board would work with them on. We're not completely sure how that would look. We'd obviously have to have meetings with them. They see what's going on in Upper Marlboro, how they can progress and move forward. So that's something to kind of that we're working on, and we'll probably see in the next couple of months. I didn't say anything with that, Commissioner.
Helping Carp in her room on
Okay.
outside of it, but she said it.
Okay, yeah, hold on a second. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so they basically, they use a data-driven approach to equity, which is a little hard because we're so small. And so our data is just very aggregated. But I think also they kind of will help train staff and us commissioners to recognize where there's equity issues. Like, for example, the playground thing, like not everyone is thinking and looking at the document saying, is this equitable, and looking at it from a racial, not just racial equity, but that's a big issue in our town lens. So I think having them in will help get, new staff and new commissioners in, because the town's history makes things very complicated, because we have residents who've been here a long time and have been through it. And we have residents who come in and say, why can't we just do this? And the answer is because the thing you're asking for, which we maybe can do, also is making people feel more disenfranchised, as they have always felt along the way. So it's a really complicated thing. And I think DARE will help us start on that road. And the NAACP has agreed to meet with us and do some trainings as well, so that we can become better moving forward.
Any questions? I just have one more topic. That's the ARPA fund, American Rescue Plan Act. The town received was budgeted about just over $600,000 in 2 installments. We got a $300,000 installment in May. We're going to get another $300,000 installment. So the board's looking at some plans to spend that, how we can spend that, what it's designated to be spent as. So that's on Tuesday's discussion, but pretty much it's loss of revenue is a big one. And then with that loss of revenue, equipping our different town departments, that because the past couple of years, we've had to kind of cut the budget or be limited on the budget because we were not sure how it was going to turn out. So the result, we haven't purchased some equipment. Some departments aren't fully functional like they could be. So that's funding will help correct that and purchase some items. The other thing is ease of access to government. That's stuff we're looking at, like web-based things, like the codification, online codification, so residents can look online. Possibly some other online portals, like a business license portal or some other general government portals that people can conduct more town business online versus having to come into town hall, because COVID's just changed a lot of stuff. And then another thing is just assisting the residents and the businesses through utility or economic development funding. So I won't go line item by what we're planning. It is in the work session packet if anyone wants to look, and we'll be talking about it. I know William Morgan's been instrumental about that, and as our director of finance, he's been to a lot of treasury meetings. He's been telling us what we can and can't do, or how we could purchase things using the ARPA money. So that's 635,000 we're trying to spread out over about 3 years, and also fund some positions, possible like events coordinator and stuff like that, but you'll see all that. But those are the big highlights of projects. I don't want to drown you guys. If you guys have any questions on this or any current projects, feel free to let me know. My door is always up. Give me a call, shoot me an email. I'm always free to give updates, but every town meeting, I normally do give a quick update. But if any big updates happen on any projects, I do normally also send an email out to the board and the staff, just letting them know, like, hey, playground people are going to come out here, start breaking ground, or we were awarded this amount of grants. So they'll, moving forward, as you guys are commissioners, you'll see like updates from me on, you don't have to wait till town meetings for big updates. So that's about it.
I was just gonna add, like, if commissioners elect, there's all that stuff you were saying is in the work session for next Tuesday, and some of it we're wanting to vote on in that first meeting where you guys are all there. So if you guys have questions or have discussion points or that kind of thing, it would be good to be at the meeting on Tuesday and hopefully in the discussion, so that we're more hitting the ground running in December.
I invited to Tuesday's meeting.
Yeah, I think I sent you the packet.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious.
Oh yeah. You guys are welcome. Like I said, you guys are welcome to attend.
If I was, because I'm not sworn in yet.
You're a town resident. That's qualifies enough for a town meeting. So, and that's what work sessions are meant to be, open dialogue. So any residents who are there usually do end up participating anyways. But definitely being commissioner elects, I mean, that gives you guys more than enough.
And you said you sent them an email?
Yeah, we sent a packet. The email, I think it was back on Wednesday. I sent the preliminary packet. We'll just make sure you get the final packet, but it is posted online on the website.
I'll check for it.
Yep.
Thank you.
No problem. All right, so now we're going into department head overviews. I just talked to Office of the Town Administrator. This is a newly created position with the town, and there's some not growing pains, but working through it. Pretty much I serve with the treasurer, the president. Previously being town administrator, I was the chief of staff to the mayor and kind of did about the same thing. But in 2019, they decided to make it more of a standardized position and moved me over to be town administrator. So my duties right now kind of are assisting because the charter, the president has pretty much all the power. So my job is pretty much to assist them and supplement them and kind of make sure everything kind of works and coordinate with all the departments for them and kind of work at their pleasure, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's kind of hard to describe what I do. We're small, so we all wear a lot of hats. I help handle the social media stuff. I work with John on packets. I work with Darnell and Chief and Will on a lot of things to get stuff forward and planning the agendas for the board and putting things and tracking special projects. And like Kevin mentioned, a lot of the litigation stuff comes through me, or I kind of siphon it to him just so that we can, ultimately I have to go through and make sure what he billed us is correct. So that's pretty much one of the big things why I kind of track the activities with the town attorney. And then just coordinating with state and local and federal and county officials on different projects. I don't know. Did I miss anything I do, guys? But as we look to a different form of government, those duties and stuff may become a bit more concrete or set, or and can change, or however the new president wants to use the position. That's the other thing as well. But it was kind of created in case the president doesn't have a whole lot of time. It's a staff person to kind of help be there to catch some of the stuff, because previously it was just town clerk and an accountant, and there was no one to kind of help pick up slack and move it forward. So
can you clarify what the difference between mayor and president is?
They are the same in our charter. So it's just so happens the president's kind of an older term. So it was president of the board of town commissioners was what the old term was, but no one ever knew what that was. So we would always call them mayor. So they that's what their duties are. They pretty much act as the mayor, the presiding officer of the town. So that's when we did our charter change in 2019. We changed the charter to use the two terms interchangeably. But obviously, if once we look at structured government, that we'll probably pick one name for it to move forward. But pretty much right now, the way we use that term is mayor is like the unofficial social side, like if we're going to an event or they're introducing themselves. But if they're signing a contract or something like that, their title is President Board of Town Commissioners, because that's like the official. But we did have some residents who were complaining we were using the term mayor. So that's why we put it in the charter to change, so we could use it both ways.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem, of course. But I won't take up any more time. If anyone's got any questions about what I do, or let me know, but I'll pass it right over to Chief Purse if no one has any questions.
All righty. Can you all see me? Because I can't tell.
We can see you.
Okay. So as you see, I am David Burst. I'm the Chief of Police for the town of Upper Marlboro. Just a little bit about myself. January will be 3 years for me being there. I retired from the Prince George's County Police Department after 25 years there. And so I've been, like I said, been here 3 years. And we also have Sergeant Sam Irby, Corporal Joseph Brooks. We will have another officer starting at the end of the month. Her name is Sharon Johnson, and Code Officer Vicky Stewart, who are currently our staff members. And I do remember that there was a slide. So can you go to the next slide so I can kind of see what it, yeah. So these are some of the things that we participate in as community events. Obviously Marlboro Day, when we have it, which I'm sure you all have seen already, food truck events, National Night Out. We'll do coffee with the chief once, you know, COVID comes back. The Cruising on Main Street, Trunk or Treat. And we do a lot of outreach with other municipalities, as you see, because the Chiefs Association wants everybody to help participate in everybody's other activities so that we're all one big Prince George's County Municipal Police Chiefs Association. So there's 23 other police departments in Prince George's County. So we all help each other out with different activities, events, fundraisers, and things of that nature, whatever it is that we do as an organization. We participate a lot of stuff with the state police, the sheriff's department, park police, because all three, believe it or not, the town of Upper Marlboro also encompasses the courthouse, which is the sheriff's department's primary responsibility, as well as we have 3 parcels of land, probably 4, I think. Schoolhouse Pond, Sasser Field, the actual building, Showplace Arena, and then where we're going to have the tree lighting, that area right in between the courthouse and the CAB. All of that's Maryland National Park property. So that's the responsibility of the park police. So we have kind of a unique town where we have, you know, all 3 jurisdictions who have primary jurisdiction in one part of the town or the other, but we all work together. And then Vicky, who does our code enforcement, hopefully we'll be changing that to parking authority, and then we'll separate the code out to go back under general government. But she also does our parking meters and parking violations. When we have issues with residents, particular properties or commercial properties with trash, high grass, things of that nature, she goes out and enforce that. We've had, you know, some challenges with certain individuals who may be repeat offenders, but, you know, we eventually get everything worked out. So other than that, unless anybody has any questions, I will quiet it down. Come on, somebody got to give me one question. One.
I can't think of any.
It has to be a new commissioner because the old commissioners don't get a chance.
Okay, Chief, this is Karen. What are your typical hours?
So you talking about me personally?
No, not you personally. For your staff to police Upper Marlboro.
So
a
right
lot of
now,
times, I mean, I've called before just, I've called before about some parking concerns I had and with a neighbor and I know that you had said to put in a ticket and all that stuff with the non-emergency number. But before that, when I called, I thought initially that it would go to our town police, but it didn't. You know what I mean? So I was
Right.
kind of confused about that initially.
So what happens is when you call let me back up. The town of Upper Marlboro and many other jurisdictions, we all operate under the county's 911 system. Agencies like Laurel, Bowie, Bladensburg, Hydesville, they have their own radio system. So when you call their non-emergency number, they have a specific different non-emergency number, just goes directly to their police headquarters and they dispatch from within. The rest of us are under the county's 911 public safety communication system, where when you call the non-emergency number or 911, it goes to Prince George's County and then they dispatch us. We do not have the capability of dispatching from town hall. And so that's why I've been, telling the residents for the last almost 3 years that we don't self-dispatch. So you have to call the non-emergency number or the 911. And if one of the officers is working, they will respond. The one good thing is there's never a time that you're not without police service, whether it's Upper Marlboro or county police. That's the good thing. So if an Upper Marlboro officer is not working, a county officer should respond, because that is the mutual aid agreement that we have. The hours that we have now are Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. But as we expand our force, then we'll start switching that to maybe coming in a little earlier and staying probably as late as 11 to 1 a.m., depending on how many officers we have. So we'll have a day shift and an evening shift. So hopefully that answers your question.
Chief, I think one thing to point out, as you've said before, is like that it used to be that you called town hall and the police came out, but that wasn't the right, that was the wrong way to do it. Like, so we were doing it wrong.
Basically have like a stagger shift.
Yes, it'll be a stagger shift. Don't quote me on this right now, but it'll be something like a 8 to 4, 11 to 7, and then 3 to 11. So it'll be like 3 people per day. But as we increase that number, the times will go back. So it could be a 10-hour shift. So it'll be starting maybe at 6 in the morning and going until 1 in the morning. But we need more people to do that. And as you may or may not know, the county's response to Upper Marlboro is averaging anywhere between, I'll say, 7 to 25 minutes. So that is one of the reasons why we have a straight day work shift where our 2 officers can have an instant backup. Because if it's if it's an emergency call, generally it's 2 officers have to respond to about 98% of the calls in and around our town. And even right outside the town, it's about a 98% chance it's a 2-person call. The only time there's an officer dispatched to something by themselves is like if they're taking a report for something, or the individuals, if there was a crime, has already left the scene. But most of the calls that you see me talk about on a monthly basis are 2-person calls. The domestics, the assaults, the assist other agencies, all of that, those are 2-person calls. So we'll get to the point where we'll be able to dispatch, not dispatch, but we'll have our own officers responding by themselves and not having to rely so much on the county police.
So that's what I was going to ask, Chief. If you're staggering shifts, how, and if we're expanding, how do we, we're going to have more officers, right? In order to, or have 2 people per shift in order for them to answer most of the calls. Other than that, they won't be able to answer them.
Right. So as we expand, the number of officers, we will have them paired up. So it could be as many as 2 on the day shift and 2 on the evening shift. But then as we grow, it'll be 3 on the day shift, 3 on the evening shift. And then we'll break it out from there where it'll be 4 shifts of individuals, whether that's 2, 3, 4, or 5. But as we grow, the shift schedule completely changed. So you'll have 2 shifts of day work working through the week, 7 days a week, and you'll have 2 shifts of evening officers working through the entire week, 7 days a week. But we need at least 10 officers to do that.
I have a question.
Yep.
The public sentiment, what does the public feel that the town is covered with enough police officers, and is the police department stretched thin at all?
So we have some residents who complain that, the officers, we don't have enough officers, but that's due to, budget restrictions, and COVID has really set us back. But again, I tell residents, there's no time that you're without police service. It's just that we have to build the agency up. And just so you all know, when I got here, there was one officer who worked part-time 1 day a week. That was it. So it wasn't like when I got here, there was 4, 5, 6, 7 officers. There was one part-time officer when I got here. So we've been slowly growing it based on our revenue to get to where we need to be.
So it's never overwhelming?
That's kind of crazy because, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't, wait a minute, hold on. I didn't hear what he said. I don't know if it was my end, but it sounded broken up.
I was just curious, is it ever overwhelming? Is it?
No, it's not overwhelming. I mean, because we have a very good relationship with District 2. And, I talk back and forth with the major and the officers all the time because a lot of them I know. And that's a good benefit for the town because I do know a lot of these officers. They're not complaining or, not giving us the quality of service that we need because we all are working together. I mean, not that they would do it anyway, but, that's how we're able to work in partnership and keep things at a minimum.
Thank you.
So Chief, I just wanted to say one last thing that when I was considering moving to the town, that was one of the big pitches that, Upper Marlboro had their own police department, blah, 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 blah. And that was a huge pitch. And to only find out that we only have one officer that worked part-time once a week, that's a bit it's a bit funny because that was a huge pitch. Like, we have our own police department, they may not, they have certain hours, of course. So I figured that they only worked, I didn't know that they worked 1 day a week, but I mean, certainly I knew that they had, I felt like they had more hours than that. And that's because of the way it was explained to me. But it's good to know that we are building now. So that's great.
Right. We are.
When we moved in, there were more too, Karen. Because you and I have been here a longer time.
That's hilarious. I only remember seeing one guy too. One guy.
Well, I think there were like 5 when I moved in. That was 8 years. So
yeah, well, January will be 8 years
like
for me.
And he was also a male person that worked at the post office. So at any rate.
So I want to throw one other thing out there before next Tuesday's meeting. And I'm just letting you guys know ahead of time. I'm sure people will watch this later, but in your packet, Kyle, because it is set up where their packet has the information in it, right?
Correct.
It's just not on the website.
Public. Yeah.
Okay. So in your packet,
can I ask an overall? Sorry, Chief. Can I ask an overall question? Are these packets confidential? Like, what level of security are these packets that we received with the information that we have now?
So let me address it this way. If you get something from me, like this, that's what I'm going to talk about, the packet that you're getting ready to get, or if you already have it about the security upgrades, do not share that with anybody. Let them see it on the town website. That's what I was getting ready to get to. Because what you all have is detailed information that I'm not trying to put out in the public of what some of the security upgrades that are needed. We don't need to let them know everything that we're trying to do. So that's the point I'm making. What you see in your packet, it has like a phase 1 and phase 2, but what's on the website is not going to be on there. So if people ask questions, I'm going to be very generic in what I say so that we're not disclosing what we're doing, because we can't control who watches these videos after they're posted. Does that make sense?
So it's a security issue. Now we're hiding
Yes,
something.
certainly.
We want to keep it more secure by not disclosing. But John or Kyle, in future, if we have material like that that needs to be kept confidential, can it be like marked or stamped that way?
Yeah, normally
Yeah.
we send it separately. It was just this one. It's just like 3 lines in the one memo. We just manually adjusted the public packet, but most of the time the public packet that goes out is completely public, and all the other documents will go separate. Because most things when you talk about in private or closed session or something, those will be a completely separate confidential packet and it'll be marked confidential. But for this one case, we knew we were going to meet with you guys Saturday tonight and tell you about it. It was just those 3 lines is the only difference between the 2 packets. That's why we didn't issue out a whole new packet. We just took the phases and what was going into each phase. So the public still sees the need for security upgrades. They see the price differential, because we can't hide everything from the public. You have to be transparent. So there is that we only took out kind of the big specifics, and the public also does not have all of access to all of we did not put the quotes in the packet, neither your packet or the public packet. But if anyone would like those quotes that those figures on the memo pull from, let us know. But it is the stuff that Chief discussed with the board prior. It addresses all those items. Does that make sense, Chief?
Right. Yeah. So that's so the other thing I was going to say, I haven't done it in a while, but at time to time, I will send the board a confidential memo if it's something that I need you all to know specifically that we either will have to discuss in a closed session, or you all just see it when I send it to you. You can email me back directly or talk to me whenever you see me. Those are things that I do, but I haven't done them in a while. But this is something that for security reasons, we just can't tell people that we're doing certain things, because then that's just compromising the security. We might as well not do it. But, I'm sure I'll meet with each one of you all at different times, and I can show you some things I've had given to the board in the past. And if there's some questions that you all have, you can feel free to call me, email me. I'm not hard to get, but I just do want you all to understand as new commissioners that there will be things that security related that we cannot talk about in a public meeting. And I would recommend that you not discuss specifics with individuals as they ask questions, and it could be one-on-one. And if it's something that you feel uncomfortable answering, just have them reach out to me. I don't have a problem with talking to a resident, but and the reason behind that is because we have the second busiest courthouse in the state. And I'm sure you all have heard me talk about these individuals who have been released from the Department of Correction. And if you don't know, the Department of Corrections releases people 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So that's why we have sometimes an influx of homeless individuals or people who are harassing store owners and customers and stuff, because they don't have any way to get back to where they came from, because the Highsville courthouse, which is supposed to take some of the relief off, is closed. It's been closed for over almost 2 years now. So everybody that get locked up in Prince George's County, no matter where in Prince George's County, they get taken to the Upper Marlboro jail. And if they're from another area and they get released, well, if they cross the street and get on that sidewalk leads them all the way back to downtown. And that's how most of them end up downtown, because they just walk along the sidewalk. If you're getting released at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and you just watching street lights, you're going to end up downtown. So that's it.
Chief, I don't know if you want to talk. We have 2 police cars coming for your team that the new commissioners may see that the previous board approved. And then we have one other, I think we have one open police officer slot we can look to fill after
yes,
third officer comes on. So, and then next fiscal year, once we have speed camera, red light monies, and annexation tax revenue, we'll be able to further increase the police department. I just wanted to highlight that as well.
Yes, that is correct.
And I'll just say that Chief is really good. If you need information, if you have questions, he's really available. So guys, don't hesitate to use him. He's a great resource.
If you all don't have any other questions from me, I'm going to jump off.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Sorry, I fell off.
I'm going to cover Darnell Bonds at a funeral today. So I'm going to cover his section real quick. But I'm sure if you guys ever want to meet with him moving forward, we can set up a time for that. But Darnell is the longest serving employee for the town of Upper Marlboro at 7.5 years. I'm right behind him at 7. But he's been with Public Works us the whole time. But pretty much Public Works has a huge, very important job for the town. Combination of, they maintain physical assets, management practice, policies. Necessary. I haven't read these slides yet. Yeah, that's what they manage the streets and the buildings, and they do yard and bulk waste collections. They coordinate with our contracting firm, Birch Trash, who picks up the residential recycling and the residential refuse every week. So he works with them on their holidays or off, or if there's any issues that come up with residents, he handles that. But they do handle the bulk trash and the yard waste pickups. Obviously, plowing of the streets. Their main focus is town-owned streets. So that's pretty much all the streets except Governor Bowie Drive, Old Crane Highway, 725 Main Street, and Water Street. They maintain all the other streets. They do supplement, like if a state plow has not hit Main Street, they're obviously going to plow Main Street because our town residents are using them. So they kind of supplement on these other roads that aren't technically ours, that they help out. Oh yeah, thanks, Keith. So they perform building maintenance at Public Works, at Town Hall. They're going to be doing the new playground, any new parks we put in. They're going to be the main point of contact for those maintenances. Events set up and breakdown. Their team comes out. They help with the tables and traffic management and cleanup afterwards and putting everything up ahead of time. So they're instrumental in a lot of these things. They do weekly clean streets and public property sweeps for. They empty up all the trash cans, the dog waste stations. We have 16 dog waste stations they maintain and handle. And they just do all those litter because we have a lot of trash that gets thrown along the street. So they're always cleaning up that litter and always adding trash cans, but litter keeps coming. So that's an ongoing thing. They do motor pool maintenance. So they're able to do some light fleet maintenance on the vehicles. All of the town vehicles do go to the county central fleet. We have a contract with the county that we send all our vehicles there and they maintain them at a bit lower cost. But Public Works is able to do some stuff in-house, oil changes and stuff. Brush clearing, if something's overgrown, they'll go in and then they pretty much take care of county and state properties that aren't taken care of, because ultimately we know that segment of property that's road is a state-owned street. We technically should maintain it. But visitors and residents, they really don't know. They just look at it as, hey, it's in town. It should be the town who keeps it up. So Public Works does a lot of extra work. They do maintain a lot of county-owned property and a lot of state-owned property on their own. We don't get compensated for that. That's just the pure fact of pride in the town and keeping it up. So they do a lot of all these items they do on county, town, and state roads. So they're really busy. And they also coordinate with state highway, park and planning, and county public works and transportation on maintenance of those roads within the town as well. Kind of like how Chief said, he works with all those police departments. Poor Darnell has to work with all the other agencies as well and keeps them up. What's the next slide, John? Yeah, just parking. They help with parking meter maintenance, beautification, trees, pet waste stations. They do landscaping annually. So they do their air rating. They do the seeding every year. They prune the trees back. If something pops up, then an snow emergency or flooding issues, they get recalled to do traffic control and maintain stuff. If a tree falls, striping, they go and they paint the roads, just routine pressure washing. We have our Church Street lot, gravel parking lot. They have to go through with the tractor every so often and push all the gravel back up the hill that migrates down. They put up new signs, maintain signs. Darnell oversees the cleaning contract. We have a cleaning crew that does town hall. Give directions. Everyone always stops them for, where's the courthouse? It's this big building right here in front of you. They do a lot of that when they're downtown cleaning, and they're pretty much a catch-all. They're a huge, busy agency. They have 4 members right now, Darnell and 3 crew members. There is an ability to hire a 5th one in the budget coming up, which I think staff has talked about moving that forward. We'll talk with the new board. And then they also have a new public works truck coming as well that was purchased. It just got put on back order. They ordered a bigger truck because right now when they do bulk trash or yard waste, they're having to make a couple trips to the dump, and it becomes, instead of a 1 trip, dump everything and come back, they're going back and forth and just wasting the whole day. So we got them 1 a dump trailer and a bigger truck so one person can take all the stuff to the dump it and come back, and it frees up a lot of reduces wear and tear on vehicles and manpower. You can see the whole fleet is decked out with snow plows and salt spreaders if needed for big events. Normally, I know Darnell will put 2 of the pickup trucks and the tractor in service for snow events. If it's a big one or a truck goes down, we do have the stake body has a spare plow that it can plow as well. So we have about 13 miles of roadways. Only 2.5 are actually the towns. I think I got to double check those figures, but a lot of it is county and state that they maintain. And they do dry runs. I know Darnell's planning their dry run. They do it every fall. They put all the equipment on, they drive around town, familiarize themselves with the plows, see if any streets are changed or if someone started parking differently on Spring Branch Drive, they're trying to get around. So they'll be doing that here soon in the next couple of weeks. What's the next slide, John? Oh, and it's John. Any questions on public work? Obviously, I'll try to answer with Darnell, but we'll send out, or you have his contact information, feel free to reach out. I'm sure you guys will meet him and have the chance to go visit they have their public works facility to the rear of the courthouse at 5335 Judges Drive. They have a small office space we recently renovated. It floods a lot. We're looking to move them. They need more garage space. So they're kind of cramped down there, but they're troopers. They put up with a lot.
Yeah, you guys should go meet Darnell and see the space. It was way worse before we came in, but I think it's important that we understand what they're working in.
And their normal hours are 8 to 4, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday, unless the weather event, then they'll come in and do shifts, 12-hour shifts. But that's mainly their working time. So.
Well, my name's John Hodson. I'm the town clerk, and my main role is to basically provide packets, meeting agendas, and packets to the commissioners for our meetings every month. Also to type minutes from the meetings, make sure that those are posted to the website and posted out so we have them as part of the record for the town. Another essential duty is to work with the election function, work with the Board of Supervisors of Elections to complete the election. As you know, just coming here in July, we were hit with an election, which we were successful getting that done. That's one of the functions. But also I have to maintain, my role is governed by federal, state, and county laws. And so I have to maintain a compliance with those. One of the main roles that I perform is answering Public Information Act requests. So in your resource guide, you will see the Maryland Public Information Act Resource Manual. And that is what I must adhere to when responding to people who may be seeking information from the town of Upper Marlboro. So if somebody makes a request looking for police records or any kind of records related to the town business, they will go ahead and formally put a request in writing on the town website. That request will come to me. I will then go ahead and I have 10 days to make a response to those requests. Sometimes we can go as far as 30 days. We can, but as long as we're keeping the requester advised of the process. And anything that may cost the town money, we go ahead and make sure that we let the requester know that there will be a cost involved in providing that information to them. So it is a process that we must adhere to, and I take very seriously in my role. But I also work with Lucy Wade, our deputy clerk. Lucy works at the front desk, but we work together in tandem to provide as a resource to you all. We work with you on your special projects or helping you get things done that you may need. So please reach out to us if you have things you may need. We're more than happy to assist. As I stated before, we also are doing constant contact weekly updates to let residents know of events and news happening in our town. We're also there's a lot of functions within town clerk, but I'm here to help you. Any questions? All right. Next up is William Morgan, Director of Finance and HR.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm pulling up to a parking space at the moment, so I will not crash myself or my son who's in the back seat. So if you can just give me 5 seconds. But I am William Morgan. I am the Director of Finance and Human Resources for the town of Upper Marlboro. I've been in this role since October 11th, to be exact, of 2018. So I guess just last year or last month, sorry, I surpassed 3 years being with the town. My roles with the town on an annual basis is of course just providing or preparing the annual budget. So usually we do this in the months of March and April, where we complete the draft budgets, provide that to the Board of Commissioners, and discuss those things with the departments to see number one, what their budget is, what their actuals was for the current year and or the previous years, and then look at some of those their wish lists, such as vehicles, plows, employees that they might need to hire, and see how we can fit those types of things in a budget. So including with that, I also am the retirement coordinator, and I process also payroll. So I make sure all of the taxes, deductions, everything such as filing with the state is completed and on time on a quarterly basis. I also am the individual who, I don't prepare the financial statements, but I am the point person for the financial audit and the workers' comp audit, the Maryland State retirement audit as well. So those are the 3 main audits that we do every year. Again, that's the financial statement, the workers' comp audit, and the Maryland State retirement audit. With that, I also am also the point person for all of our insurances. So that's the health and medical insurance, which we have health, medical, dental, and vision. We also have life insurance as well. I also am the coordinator for all of the voluntary benefits, which is those benefits that the employees choose to pay or contribute to on their own, such as short-term disability, long-term disability, and a few other things that that they may be eligible for as well. With that, some of the other things that I do, not much so on an annual, well, it happens annually, but more so these types of tasks happen at the top of our year, fiscal year. So normally between the months of August and December, I send business license notices out to all of the businesses within the town and make sure that they register. That's something that's fairly new, has been new since 2019. 2020, of course, we had the pandemic, so it was some form of an off year. But this year, I think we came back pretty strong. I think we sent out roughly 150 business license notices. Thus far, we've had a little bit over 54 to apply, and we will be sending out those second notices actually this upcoming week as well. Another thing that I do is I invoice all of the utility companies, so that might be Pepco, Verizon, which are the two largest. And then we have some other small ones in the town that I have to bill for on an annual basis. I get that information from the State Department of Assessments and Taxation, who provides the assessments for all of those corporations or those utility companies. Similar to that, SDAT also provides me the assessments for business personal property taxes. And what that is the town invoicing those local businesses for their assets that they may have within their business. So it's if there's their computers, refrigerators, desks, any types of faucets or anything that they have within their business operations that allows and or helps them to operate. The SDAT provides an assessment rate for all of those things, and we are able to bill off of that. Also, what I do on a monthly basis is I prepare the treasury report with the treasurer as well, providing those reports to the treasurer, reconciliation of the bank accounts, and providing the check register for all of our vendor and or contractor payments that we do on a bi-weekly basis as well. Just some upcoming things that I have right now that's been discussed. It's just updating the financial tab on the website, trying to make it a little bit more clear, concise about some of the things that we have on an annual basis, or how individuals can, I guess, get more information about what our budget looks like, the percentages of it, how they can reach out to individuals for taxes, for business information. So that's something that's being worked on. Also upcoming is the, also upcoming is the mid-year review. So this is something that we do normally in January. And sometimes if there is a need to do a mid-year adjustment, then we'll do that in January for it to be approved in February as well. So as it states right now, it looks like, well, certainly we'll do a mid-year review in January, and it looks like we will do a mid-year adjustment also in the months of February to have that approved in February as well. And lastly, I also administer and or report for many grants for the town, such facade improvement. I do the reporting for facade improvement, the police, state aid grants as well. I'm partnering that with Chief Burst to do the reporting on that. And also I'll be doing the reporting for American Rescue Plan funds as well. And I know that's going to be something big in calendar year 2022 as we start to administer and execute and report on those funds that we have as well. So with that, I don't have anything else to discuss, but of course I am open for any questions, comments, or concerns. No? All right.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, so with that, I will hop off. But again, I am always open, phone call, email, in person to assist and or provide any types of information that may be needed. So I will be hopping off. I'm about to walk into the gym with my son. So thank you all and have a great rest of your weekend.
See you. Have a good weekend. Thanks for hopping on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we go over the committees real quick, John?
Yeah, you can.
So the last thing we have for you guys, I think, right, John, is just a quick overview of the committees that the town has right now. And I'm sure that the two sitting commissioners, they both they serve as liaisons to a couple of them. So they may wish to hop in and talk about them as well. But the first up, the oldest, is the Historical Committee. It was founded in 2012. They kind of just keep the history of the town, and they record a bunch of stuff. They have a lot of pictures and archives. And they do a bunch of events, as you can see, and they handle the walking tour. So, and they meet monthly. So next up is the Events Committee, established in 2017. They're a group of volunteers who handle all the big community events that we have going on: Marlboro Day, Trunk or Treat. Goodness, what else? Sorry, I got a crying baby upstairs. But a group of volunteers, and they pull together and do a bunch of these big events for the town. And I don't know how we do anything without them. And then the next, outdoor movie nights. That's another big one. Game nights when pre-COVID, and then we're doing the tree lighting. On Saturday the 4th downtown. Everyone's welcome to come. We'll just put postcards out. So
where's the tree lighting?
downtown on the linear pedestrian mall in front of the courthouse.
Kyle, maybe you can send out the communication form to the commissioners.
Yep, I'll forward that up.
Should probably have it for Tuesday if they have comments anyway.
Sounds good. I'll get that out after a meeting or after this. Arts Committee, this was founded pretty recently as well. Arts Committee made up of volunteers, town residents, and also Greater Upper Marlboro residents, because there's no real arts happenings out in this part of the county, to promote public art and art interests in the town. They're working on the mural projects. You may have seen some of that stuff pop up on, we did a survey on the town website, some of the different designs. They run their own social media account and feature artists monthly, a monthly artist in the Upper Marlboro area. And they just held their Happy Leaf Arts Festival on Main Street. So they're looking to build off of that. And they're also going to start managing. We have some art space at Town Hall to manage. And then any other public art that we see at that we coordinate to go at the playground or at the pocket park or anything anywhere else around town. They'll have a hand in. Did I miss anything, Commissioner Duckett? I don't think.
No, you did not. I'm sorry, Kyle.
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm sorry to put you on the spot there.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. No, you didn't. Thank you.
And then we have the green team. I don't know if Commissioner Franklin wants to kind of go over what happens there, but they do community garden and they got a bunch of other stuff going on as well.
Yeah, the green team, the big project has been the community garden and making that happen. And we actually have vegetables that are under row cover and will be harvested soon. But they're also talking about doing a food forest in conjunction with the playground area. We've discussed some things like, I keep giving a thumbs up because I'm Italian, apparently. They also have discussed doing like rain barrel or composter or like mosquito control purchases where the town will purchase bulk at a lower cost and partly subsidize residents to purchase them. Some of the other towns do that. They have talked about it. I don't know if this has gotten over to you, Janice, but there's been a discussion about like a joint arts green team thing where they repaint the trash cans that we're getting rid of and do that. And because we have overlap between those two groups, they sometimes have ideas that would be joint activities. Did I cover everything? I think I covered everything.
Yeah, I recall talking about that some months back when we talked about recycling bins, so like an opportunity to do something like that. Yeah, look into it.
Yeah, I think Darylyn and Kathy were gonna just try. I mean, because that's the bulk of the green team is Stacy, Darylyn, and Kathy, and they're also on the arts. So I think they were gonna figure that out together.
And we also have the town CERT team, community emergency response team. They're part of the county's emergency management arm, but they work and we support them here in town. They have like 25 active members. They come out for a lot of the events, help with traffic control and kind of extra eyes for the police department. And then they do routine training exercises. And they like for COVID, they've helped the county staff, vaccine clinics or the testing sites. Their members have gone out and participated there. So they really do a lot. And Chief Burse is there, the liaison from the town for them. And Alonzo Washington is the president over there. And then we also have a Sustainable Communities Work Group, which focuses on revitalizing downtown. We have a grant through the Department of Housing and Community Development for facade improvement. So businesses can it's a matching grant if a business wants to paint or do some upgrades to help make their property more attractive. That's covered under there, but they pretty much work with park planning in the state to kind of help promote businesses downtown. They're currently working on trying to get a business group, a bunch of business leaders or owners downtown to get together and be kind of an advocacy group to come to help so the town has someone to coordinate with. Right now, we're kind of coordinating with a bunch of different businesses. It'd be great if we had one voice for all the businesses who could weigh in on like town legislation or stuff like that, or issues. But we'll manage till they get that up and going. And yeah, so any questions on any of the committees? I know we've thrown a lot at you guys. But the next steps, pretty much, I know John and I just want to talk about the plan for Monday, December 13th, for when the new board kind of takes office. So that we're basing it pretty much off the same way we've done in the past. We've had a new election. It's a bit different now because the president's not staying, but that's not a big deal. It's just because usually sometimes the person will stay and they're still the same, but so that meets it. So the oath of office will be administered by the deputy clerk of the circuit court at town hall. It's an in-person swearing in, so we'll have town hall ready. We'll have air filters, masks. Everyone have masks on. We'll do the swearing in, take some pictures, and then it'll start a quick organizational meeting. So because the organizational meeting is going to have, well, it actually only has 2 commissioners right now, but this is still best practice and cleared by the town attorney. Because we technically don't have a president or a chair, the 4 sitting commissioners will choose amongst themselves who will preside over this particular meeting. So you do a quick meeting, I nominate so-and-so to do it, I second, cool. And that person will just run through the roll call, pledge of allegiance. And the big thing is that when you guys go into closed session to discuss personnel issues. So that way it gives the board a chance to discuss amongst themselves who should serve as president and who should serve as treasurer. So you guys will go into closed session in a public meeting, and then you'll come back out, read the closing statement, and then you'll make a selection who's going to serve as the president and who's going to serve as the treasurer if you wish it to be a commissioner. And then we adjourn, and then the town meeting next day we have the president and we have the treasurer established for the Tuesday, December 14th regular town meeting. Any questions on that? Hopefully.
I do have a question, Kyle.
Sure.
This is Karen. I guess my question is, are we allowed to bring any guests? And if we are, how many? And what time does this program start?
Yeah,
It's on during the week, right?
Yeah, it's on a Monday. That's charter set, and it starts at 8 o'clock. John, is that when
That is correct.
So 8 o'clock is when the deputy clerk of the court will be there. So you could probably start arriving around 7:30. We haven't set any limits on if anyone could bring anyone. Obviously, this could be a chance for you guys to discuss how flexible the meeting room capability is. 40 people. I don't think we'll see that many people. But maybe, 1 to 2 guests, and they can just come do the pictures after the swearing in, and then they could stay, they could leave for the closed session. I don't know what everyone's thoughts are. That's kind of, we're open to it, staff.
Yeah, so basically they can come for the swearing in and then and the pictures, and then they can go ahead and leave while we have our meeting. Okay, that's fine.
Exactly. And the swearing, it'll be from like 8 to 8:15, if anything, for the swearing in.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very quick. So, and then a closed session may also only take 15 minutes if that. And so we're hoping like everyone should be out of here by 9, unless you guys have a big fight who's going to be president. But because there's 4.
No fight.
There's 4, so it could be, but that it should be short and simple and sweet. It's only kind of weird because we technically don't have a president or presiding officer, so that's why you guys just have to choose at the beginning. So I know last time they chose Kai Bernard Leclerc. He ended up not even serving as president. He was just the person who chaired that one particular meeting. So.
So I have 3 kids. I don't think they'll all want to come, but does anyone mind if I have more than 1 person if my kids want to come?
No, I have no problem with that.
Yeah, no big deal. Because if my daughter if my husband comes, my daughter has to come.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no big deal.
All right, thank you.
I'm just bringing 1 person, so if somebody needs to bring another person, they can take my spot or, guest spot.
I think my older kids won't want to come, but you never.
My husband may come, it just depends, but I know it's really quick, so, but anywho.
So we'll send out more details close to. We just wanted to give you guys kind of a general idea. Thank you, John, for putting that together.
And can you guys have like a script for us, since we're all going to be kind of winging it in roll?
No problem. We can.
I'll have a script for you.
Yeah, we'll put that with the agenda and italicize what needs to be said, because it'll also be the first time closing of meetings, going into closed session, which itself is pretty tricky.
And we'll need that checklist because no one's certified.
No one's certified. Yep. So, but unless one of you guys takes the class, that online class between now and then, then you'll be certified. That's all you need for certification, right, John? Is that online class? You get a
That
certificate.
is correct. You just need to have the certificate in hand.
So
that's from you too, I think.
So whoever, if anyone wants to take the class that John sent the link, you can just email us a copy of the certificate.
The class is very simple. You just go through the little sections, and then there's a review, and then there's like a little assessment, and then it'll tell you at the end if you've met the requirement to get the certificate. And then once you get the certificate, it automatically, you can print it out, and then you'll have it in your hand.
Oh, that's
Can you send me the link for that?
Yes, I did. I sent it to all of you. You all have the
awesome
email I sent.
Thank
I sent that all to you.
It's part of it email at the bottom.
Yeah, it's at the bottom. There's like several little
Okay.
sections. We have an MML section. We have the state, the Attorney General section.
Online
and then
class.
we have the online class.
Hold on, wait a minute, let me just check too.
Oh, it doesn't even have a fee.
Okay, because I'm trying to find this. So let me just ask you this question. Hold on. So where did you send the link? Like, was it in a separate email? Was it in?
No, it's in the email where I sent the agenda and all the information last night. I sent it last night, and I also sent it a few days before. I sent you the PowerPoint presentation today, as well as if you look down at the bottom, there's a link that has the state's attorney information. There's a link to the class there. If you click on that, it goes to that. And there's no fee involved in the class. Or all you have to do is type in Open Meetings Act, and I'll send you the link as soon as we hop off this call. I'll send it directly to you. I'll save you the trouble. I'll send it right to you.
Yes, that would be most helpful.